Mr. Mayor, are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, November 17th. And we are reconvening, if you will, from our earlier closed session that we have just come back from. And before we get rolling, I do want to note that we've made a change in our Spanish translation by bilingual broadcasting, and we're using a service now called Wordly, and you'll see QR codes in the room. At the top of our agenda, you will see a URL for Spanish translation, and if you're catching our feed, there's a way to toggle over on the feed. So that's kind of new and fun. And may we have a roll call for the evening?
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Let's all rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence, please. And I should note that if you wish to speak tonight on matters on the agenda or not on the agenda, there are cards in the back of the room and a clerk receiving them in the front of the room, and that will assist with our public comment during the evening. And at this point, I always look up and down the dais to see if anyone has a change to our agenda. And not seeing the council wishing to change it, the agenda is adopted as posted, written. And that moves us right into our first item of the night, where we were in closed session, so there is a moment here to say what happened in closed session. And we have no report out from the closed session. The closed session is noted to be the public employee annual performance evaluations we do. And with that, that moves us to our proclamation for the evening. We have a Small Business Saturday. And I would like to invite Marie McCusker, Executive Director of the Petaluma Downtown Association, up to the podium to accept. And it reads, whereas the City of Petaluma celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy by creating jobs, serving our diverse community, and innovating to help solve global problems and launching future growth industries. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, California is the 5th largest economy, or 4th, come on, not that I'm a competitor, in the world, and has more than 4.2 million small businesses, more than any other state. There are currently 32.5 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent more than 99% of companies with paid employees and are responsible for over 60% of net new jobs created since 1995. And whereas California's small businesses account for over 99% of total business in the state and employ more than 7 million people, nearly half the state's private sector workforce. Small business employs 47% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, and 90% of consumers say Small Business Saturday has had a positive impact on their community. And whereas 96% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independent-owned businesses support their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And 97% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their communities. And whereas communities across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, now therefore be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with all the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim November 29, 2025 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of Petaluma and the communities across the country to support small business and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. May I say a few words about that weekend? So on the Saturday, the 29th, this Small Business Saturday, we encourage you, like every other day of the year, to shop small and support your small local businesses. Because money spent in our community stays in our community. So just reminding you, all the things you love about Petaluma and your downtown is to support your small independent businesses. We will have Santa coming in on the tugboat by the Lynn Marine tugboat on that Saturday at Plaza North Shopping Centre. It's a great kickoff for the holidays. And we are the cheerleaders for Small Business Saturday through American Express. So we urge businesses to sign up for the free marketing through the American Express app. It's really easy. We're sending stuff out to you, but also you can find it independently. But we will be giving out about 100 Small Business Saturday bags filled with goodies coming in from the local merchants. So bring the kids down and kick off the holidays. I'm going to solicit the citywide calendar that we've put together. It's available from Visit Petaluma. There's some in the hallway. I put some in the hall if you'd like to pick one up. It's a one-stop shop for all the events that are going on from the beginning of November all the way through to the end of December. It was in last week's newspaper, but it's downloadable at Visit Petaluma and Petaluma Downtown Association, and there'll be lots around town. So lots of events, look them up. We have 3 weekends of Saturday events, shopping, strolls, the hen hunt, lighted, the tree lighting in Theatre Square we have, and the lighted boat parade. So there's lots of fun coming up. Bring your family, come downtown to eat and go shopping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have a presentation in store for us tonight, and I'd like to invite Logan Harvey, the General Manager, and Cecilia Ferber, the Community Relations and Sustainability Manager of Recology, to come on up to the podium here. And welcome. It's good to see Recology again.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Mayor. All right. However you want to go. Sitting. Okay, cool. Getting combobulated here. Hello, Logan Harvey, General Manager for Recology Santa Maria. I believe we have some slides for folks as well. Just want to thank Council for allowing us to come and speak with you tonight and present on just kind of the goings-on at Recology. Recology, obviously, we can go to the next slide, is your solid waste provider. We do street sweeping services, solid waste collection for both your commercial and residential, and then we do a lot of Waste Zero outreach. Lisa Moore is your Waste Zero rep. She does a great job speaking to your businesses and multifamily communities and schools and all over the city of Petaluma, teaching people how to divert material from their garbage into their compost and recycling, and Celia will touch on that more. So we service 19,233 customers in Petaluma since 2018. We provide recycle, compost, street sweeping, C&D, and recycle processing services at our materials recovery facility. Recology is 100% employee-owned. We're the largest 100% employee-owned solid waste hauler in the country. And then all of our employees, our customer service reps, our drivers, our sorters are all part of Teamsters Local 665, and they're all also employee-owned. So everybody from our lowest level, our entry-level employees, all the way up top are employee-owned. It's a great part of our culture. I think it really drives kind of our commitment to the community. On to the next slide. Recently, we celebrated the opening of our new materials recovery facility, and so some of you were able to attend our grand opening. I know I saw Kevin there. I believe Karen was there as well. Thank you so much for coming. And if you didn't get a chance to see that, please come out. We'd love to host you. We've hosted over 1,400 Sonoma County residents at the materials recovery facility. This is a $35 million investment in the future of recycling here in Sonoma County. It's something we're very proud of. It opened in November of 2023. We've really worked out the kinks and figured out how to run the thing. And so it's chugging along quite nicely. We're processing around 320 to 400 tons per day. We've opened a second shift and continuing to do that process. We're looking at expanding how much material we can bring into the facility as well because it's running well. It's got a mix of technology from ballistic separators to optical sorters. We recently invested in an AI camera to track material that's going out in the residual stream and are looking at investing in robotics to see if we can shift labor around to try to capture more of that residual material. So there's a little bit of aluminum can and PET that we see going out at the residual. We're trying to see how we can capture that and bring that back into the system, make sure it gets recycled. We have about a 85% recovery rate. That means the material that goes in there, about 15% is either contamination or those materials that do kind of get in the residual stream. And we're looking to continue to drop that down. It's one of the highest in the US, but we're looking to do even more. Great place. People that come to visit it really appreciate it with so much kind of in the air about recycling. It really shows that in Sonoma County, at least, if you put the right material in the blue bin, it does get recycled. On to the next slide, please. So a number of process improvements since I took over as GM a couple of years ago, and so we've continued to improve and really focus on customer service. We've cut our call wait times in half, so we used to have 5+ minute wait times. We're regularly under 2 minutes, regularly under 1 minute. If somebody calls, they get the phone answered within, often less than 2 minutes, usually less than 1 minute. We're doing a lot more safety training. So we have drivers now go through an 8-week course with us. So we have a lot of guys that have CDLs, but they've really driven delivering sodas or chips and things like that. They're not used to driving a backhoe through a neighborhood, which is really what we do. And it's very important because the solid waste industry is about the 4th or 5th most dangerous industry in the United States. And a lot of people don't know that, but by fatalities, it's extremely dangerous. And so we want to make sure that we don't have that occur here and that we improve safety. So we have a cone set up. They do a whole tour in the yard for about 2 weeks with a safety trainer until we're confident in them. They go out on the road with an experienced driver. This has really helped keep our turnover down because we have some very complex roads here in Sonoma County. And so folks are feeling very confident when they get in that truck on their own. And that's kept our turnover down. And we're out to a point where we have only about 5 driver slots open right now. So we've been able to get to close to full head count, big improvement for us. And that's reducing our miss count. So we have less open routes. That means better service, lower misses. We're doing a launch and recovery program. So the truck gets checked out every day before it leaves. Really extensive program. We're catching those arms. We had a hydraulic spill that happened in our yard, right? So the arm went out. The hose had been replaced. It popped off. Hydraulic spill was right there rather than the community. Put it back on. We're able to protect the streets out here and keep that in the yard. And so that's something we're really committed to try to make sure that those spills happen in our yard and not out on the streets. We are restructuring routes in the city of Petaluma as well. So that's been a great improvement, trying to be more efficient with the way that we do routing. And I think it's important to note in our contract, we're not required to do weekly street sweeping except for when it's leaf season. We've been doing weekly street sweeping all year round here in the city of Petaluma. So just an additional benefit for the city. I know you're going to get a lot of questions right now around street sweeping just because the leaves are falling. This is kind of the time where you start to get a lot of questions. Our folks are out on the road, sweeping the streets and taking care of things. The last and most exciting thing that we've done recently is our electric truck test. We had a McNeilus truck come out, fully electric vehicle. We ran it through Healdsburg and in Novato. The technology has gotten a lot better, still very expensive, but we were able to run, close to a full route. Not one of our heaviest routes, but we were able to run pretty much a full route with that truck. It was successful, made it back to the yard with a little bit of charge. We've done some other tests in the companies with other vehicles, and they got even more charge than that one did. Go on to the next slide. All right, I think this is Celia. Come on up.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for having us tonight. So I'm going to touch on some of our progress with landfill diversion in the city of Petaluma and some of the community partnerships that we've developed and nurtured in the city. And there's actually a lot of exciting ones, in particular in Petaluma, which is unsurprising for such a progressive city. So I'm excited to share that with you. Also, this slide in particular is great news. You can see progress over time. So in 2019, the landfill rate per person, per resident in Petaluma was 1,038 pounds per person per year. And then 5 years later, as of 2024, which is the last full year that we have data for, that decreased to 957 pounds per person. So that's a 10% tonnage reduction over that 5-year period. We would like, that trend is going to continue. We see that trend get better every single year. It's still a lot of pounds per person per year, but it's nice to see the needle moving in the right direction and see that reduction in tons landfilled every single year. And so Petaluma is at a 51% landfill diversion rate, which is one of the highest in the whole county. Next slide, please. So there's a few state laws that you may be familiar with. There's SB 1383, there's AB 341, there's AB 1826, there's AB 939, AB 827. There's a lot of solid waste laws that do impact what we do in the city. We help the city to be in compliance with these various state laws. In particular, I wanted to call out compliance with 1383, which is the mandatory composting law. It requires every single generator, be that a resident, a school, a government building, a business, to keep their organic materials from going in the landfill. So they can compost on site or they can put that material in a compost bin. And so the city's at 98% compliance with that state law. We're going to get to 100 soon here. There's just a few holdouts, a few more complex situations that we're working through. And then for the AB 341, that law went into effect in 2012, and that's the mandatory recycling state law. And so the city's at 100% compliance with that. And so if you were to go around, the back of businesses and look at their dumpsters, you'll see 511 commercial and multifamily dwellings have compost bins at this point in time. If anyone would ever like to do a ride along, we'd be more than happy to go and lid flip with you. It's pretty exciting, pretty interesting. When you look at this picture right here, a lot of people think, oh, that's gross. But when we see it, we actually think it's beautiful because that means that this business is putting their organic materials, their pizza boxes, their food scraps, their soiled paper, they're putting it in the compost bin. So that's going to go to a compost facility where it's going to add nutrients into the soil and store carbon in the soil versus going to the landfill where it's going to contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. So really exciting, an exciting time that so many businesses and schools and multifamily dwellings are participating in the compost program in Petaluma. Next slide, please. So just to touch on some of our community involvement, and definitely I want to give a lot of credit here to Lisa Moore. She's the Waste Zero Specialist, 100% devoted to the city of Petaluma. She's been your Waste Zero Specialist for the past almost 9 years, I think, maybe more. And she grew up in Petaluma, so she knows Petaluma like the back of her hand, and she's just fantastic. She has so much institutional knowledge, and she's really the one responsible for getting the city up to that 98% compliance rate, setting up all those accounts with compost service. Just today, she was at Kenilworth Middle School, and she worked with over 400 7th graders from 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So that just kind of speaks to her dedication. And she's worked with the many school districts across the city, getting every single school set up with compost service and, helping with lunchtime monitoring so the kids know what goes where. And she'll also do assemblies and classroom presentations. So the kids are learning these habits at a young age, and then they're bringing that knowledge back home with them too, which is so critical. So aside from schools, she's also doing trainings at businesses, and she's providing technical assistance, helping to troubleshoot. There's all sorts of things to troubleshoot. So she's there, handling that with the businesses. And then there's also a lot of great events in Petaluma, as we all know. And so just to list a few that we've been really heavily involved with, there's the Rivertown Revival, the Petaluma Beer Festival, Butter and Eggs Parade, Petaluma Art and Garden Festival, Petaluma Music Festival, and various cool Petaluma events. And that's just a few. There's obviously so many more than that, so much more than that. And so our involvement with events it kind of runs the gamut. A lot of times we sponsor events. We want to be a good community partner and, help these events. It takes funding to pull off events, of course. So we do provide sponsorship. And then we also help to, quote unquote, green the events. We want to make sure that every event has adequate recycle and compost service and front of house stations for attendees to utilize, because that's another way to educate the community. They may not read the newsletter we mail to them, but they will kind of see these receptacles at events, and that's just another way to reach people and, of course, divert the material properly at the event. So we were providing the event services for, the Butter and Eggs Parade. We have a truck in the parade each year, which we're always proud to do. And we host a lot of educational tables at these events too. So anyone who has questions about what goes where or how come this, how come that, they can come to the table and, we can help answer any questions and provide materials to them so they feel confident and all that. And then also training volunteers. So a lot of events have volunteers actually manning the receptacle stations. And so, Lisa and others will help to train those volunteers so that they feel confident when they're staffing those receptacle stations. It really takes a village. And then lastly, Lisa she has a seat on the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. And so she's able to network with businesses through that seat, and she's on their environmental committee as well. And then I actually have a board seat on the Reuse Alliance. And so, just really excited to see the Reuse Hub open in Petaluma. What a great, fantastic resource to be here in the city. And through the Reuse Alliance, we were actually able to sponsor the Repair Fair in Petaluma. That was in October. So just really happy to have that partnership. And of course, reuse is another avenue to reduce, what gets sent to the landfill. So very happy to support that. Next slide, please. Just a few other partnerships and really cool things that are happening right now, or that did happen. First up is the Purple Cup program, which I'm sure everyone in the room remembers this time last year, it was kind of wrapping up. But what an honor that Petaluma got to be the first city in the nation to pilot that. I think we all hope more comes of it, but we were so happy to be part of that program. The businesses in Petaluma, I think, were initially not sure if they wanted to participate. It was this company or this organization in New York coming to them saying, "Oh, let's do this Purple Cup program." And Lisa was actually able to be a liaison with the Next Gen Consortium and the businesses of Petaluma to get people interested in participating. So that was really, really neat to help lift that off. Took a lot of planning, and then we also sorted the purple cups at our recycling facility. So anytime people accidentally put the purple cups in the recycle bin, we were gathering data on that. And then we also had Dave Martine, who is a longstanding driver in Petaluma. He found the purple cups in the local garbage containers. So we took that initiative to set those aside, and we got a count there. So it was a team effort, and just, really cool to see that happen in Petaluma. We work closely with Cool Petaluma, the Petaluma Valley Rotary, and Friends of the Petaluma River. And then we hosted a reuse bazaar in September. Some of you maybe heard of it. It was open to everyone in the county. We did host it at the fairgrounds in Santa Rosa. But what that is anyone can drop off items that they no longer need that are still in useful condition, be that furniture or just household goods, sports equipment, gear, appliances. People can bring those items, and then others can shop those items completely free of charge. So all in one day, we're managing drop-off and the shopping free of charge. And so we were able to divert 34,000 materials through reuse or recycling this year. And we're very excited to do it again next year. Lastly, for a big event, I guess, program rather, is the Trash Art Program. So that is that is an acronym, TRASH actually. It stands for the Recology Art Start Student Hub. And so this summer we had 5 student artists source materials from our recycling facility, and they from the residual side of the recycling facility, and they made a whole body of art out of the found materials. And if I can just go to the next slide, please. Here's some examples of the student artists. They're ages 15 to 25. One was a Petaluma resident she grew up in Petaluma. She currently goes to UC Davis. Her name's Kendall Lannert. And this is just a small sampling of some of the really, really neat things that they were able to create. And next summer, some of their work will be featured at the Petaluma Center for the Arts. So really, really great that we were invited to be there. So I think that wraps up the things I wanted to share. And I just wanted to say thank you, a sincere thank you to the city staff. They're absolutely wonderful to work with. I thought of naming them all, but I don't want to leave anybody out. Everyone's truly fantastic to work with. Really appreciate you all, and really appreciate this council. You're all very engaged, and we see that, and we really appreciate working with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Great presentation. I hope you'll have a minute for council questions, but then as we go into public comment, if there might be something you wish to reply to from the public as well. Sure. So from the council, Councilmember Barnacle?
Just thank you for the presentation and for the partnership. We recognize it. It's nice to see Recology around at all the different events we have, and your support and sponsorship. And most of all, we love Lisa, so thank you.
Yeah, Lisa's a gem in the community. Councilmember Cater
I'll
Thompson.
start off with loving Lisa. It's been great, and I think you probably went to Brody Ranch and talked about how they need to recycle, and that was much appreciated. And one question I have is there going to be a time when like people can take their leaves and put them in like a pile on the street so they can be picked up?
So we recommend people pile them into their compost bin. If they pile them on the street, the sweeper can't activate them. They can't really get them in and under. They're just being so wet when it's piled up, it doesn't really work with the sweeper. So pile them up, put them in your compost bin. We can compost those and take them away, and it's a nice, useful receptacle right there.
Well, that's what we do, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you guys do a great job and really appreciate it.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy to hear about Dave Martin. He's also a local.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Watching right now, I think.
Councilmember Quinn?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the sentiments for, being involved with the community and that sort of thing. I was hoping you might be able to just talk for a moment about recent infrastructure improvements that have allowed for greater recycle recovery rates.
Yeah, I mean, so for us, the MRF is our biggest infrastructure improvement. That's the $35 million investment. That's been super helpful in terms of making sure that we were previously shipping all the material to San Jose and some to Ukiah, and so it was going out of county because we couldn't process it all with the old MRF. So that is, it's a brand new facility, state-of-the-art technology in terms of making sure everything's separated and sorted correctly. So that ensures that the majority of what's going out in residual stream is truly landfill material. So that's helped making sure that anything that's in their blue bin is truly blue bin material. Other things that we've been looking at is we're starting to invest in camera systems on our trucks. And so this can help with contamination, extra fees, and then educating the customer. And so it's also if somebody comes and says they have a miss, then we have a photograph, whether or not that happens. So that's something we're looking at, hopper cameras and things like that to detect contamination and not only contamination going into the recycling, but also going into the trash, which we would regard as like compostable material or recyclable material going into the trash. That's a contaminant, right? Because it should be going to recycling or compost. And then just, we've got a good tool on our website. It's kind of more of a cyber infrastructure investment. More locally, there's been Gallo. We started shipping all of our wine all of our glass bottles to Gallo. We take our wine from Gallo, I guess, but ship our glass bottles there. And so they invested in a glass recycling facility. So we've started a partnership with them. They subsidize some of the haul. We take it down to Modesto to have it recycled, turn right back into wine bottles. So there is more and more of that kind of onshoring of some of the plastic, the glass recycling, the metal recycling, and so that's nice to see.
Thank you. And part of the reason for the question is I just wanted to highlight that I think in recent years we've at least I've heard that recycling doesn't really give us the benefit that that it was sold to give, and that maybe a lot of our recycled materials were ending up in the landfill. And maybe that was even the case here in Sonoma County, but my understanding from recent investments in infrastructure improvements have really helped keep more recycled material out of the landfills.
I think that's true. I think, you hear that stat all the time that, only 7% of recyclable material that's produced in America actually gets recycled. And what you have to remember when you hear that stat is, so our landfill fees are $168 a ton. You guys take it to Redwood landfill, so it's 75-ish a ton. In Michigan, there's a city where it's like 50 cents a ton. The state of Michigan is $5 a ton on average. And so there's a lot of states, you go to Missoula, Montana, and they have 7 vegan restaurants, but no curbside recycling. And so it's just this there's a place where it's more and more challenging in a lot of the United States because landfills are so cheap to to invest in that infrastructure and create the recycling, and that's where you start to see so much of that material ending up in the landfill stream. Here in Sonoma County, where it's required and it's separated, and the government's made regulations and requirements about that separation, we do see it there, and then we're required by our contracts and just by our ethos to responsibly manage and recycle that material. And so we come see it. That's why we encourage people to come see it and open the kind of the behind the curtain look and see. We got this stuff baled. We're shipping it out in shipping containers. We get paid for the material. The market's been relatively stable the last few years. It does dip and fall with the economy, but there's a robust market for recyclables at this time for sure. A lot of challenges, but yeah.
Thank you. That's great. Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for all the work you've done, especially getting to all the events. I participated in the Petaluma Music event, so I was at a station for like 4 hours, putting things in different bins with both folks and making that work near the tail end of that. And it's educational to actually practice that and actually get the training on what goes where, because what goes into this bin versus that bin. And sometimes it shifts. It can shift over time as to what we're doing and how we're doing it. Always needs a constant education and training. So I'm going to recommend that for anybody that wants to learn more about, okay, which cup, is it compostable or is it waste? Which one does it go in? It's really hard to tell sometimes, whether it's the numbers, it's plastic coated, whatever. And it's shifting a little bit over time as we get better and better at doing things. But I would recommend folks at these events, please, you're here, volunteer and participate and learn a little bit more about which thing goes in what. I know we're doing it over at the Case Community Center there. I know we've got the 3 bins there, and now we still have to train folks, okay, which paper plate goes in this one versus that one, because some paper plates have a little plastic and some are paper, and how to differentiate too, and some are fully plastic. So getting that type of help, and then maybe we'll continue to work on, maybe we can look at what's being produced and what's being used so that it actually goes, we know which way it goes. Right now, there's some uncertainty, but we need some training, and I invite everyone to participate in an event and get trained and spend 4 hours recycling. It's fun.
We agree.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate all that you do, and of course, we all love Lisa, and wish you'd not found a house in Petaluma, but I tried. Anyway, with our local companies that produce so much product, and there's been some change in the product packaging, and one of our companies, I'm gonna call them out, Clover Stornetta, has changed their packaging, and there's a lot of confusion, especially in the commercial kitchens, where they can put their milk cartons, because they're no longer one material. They have 2 materials, because the spout is plastic and the rest of it is this wax paper, that milk cartons. So do you work with those big companies to come up with a solution, and now we need to educate the public?
Yeah, no, we're actually fortunate in Clover and Strauss and some others. They do reach out to us a lot of the time. They have really diligent sustainability coordinators, and so they're pretty good about reaching out. They've toured the MRF. Lisa could say a heck of a lot more about it, but it's I don't know how much detail you want right now, but.
No, I think we want to refer people to the experts.
Yeah. So they're pretty can the commercial, especially the restaurants, because they're going through a lot of these products, and now they're told they can't put them in the blue bin, and they have to throw them in the landfill. So that was my question. Who do they contact?
So Clover reached out to me about the cap on the thing and said,
Microphone. Sorry, Lisa.
I'm so used to saying Lisa Moore, my address. So Clover reached out to me, and I worked closely with Clover for years. And so this new product, they asked about the cap on it and if it was going to be recyclable. I said, absolutely. We have lots of things that have caps on them. They're recyclable. The material is the same as they've had in the past. Clover did do a campaign about this and reached out to numerous people. I think there was a little confusion on And I had a customer talk to me about that because in other haulers, not in Sonoma County, they don't take that product. So that was the confusion on that. So it wasn't in Sonoma County. I don't want to say it was someplace, maybe San Mateo or something. And they were like, well, we saw that they don't take it there. I said, no, but we take it in Sonoma County. So, that's something we could probably put in our newsletter. And so in the future, and Marie is here who does our newsletter. And so we can always, put that in the newsletter and have that as a feature. But it's definitely recyclable. So, and I can talk to restaurants about it too. Absolutely.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And
any business with questions can always reach out to our Waste Zero team. rsmwastezero@recology.com is the email address. They can call our customer service line and get put in touch with the Waste Zero team as well.
So thank you. I do want to appreciate all the wonderful work you do. And I did catch that stat that you threw up there about the 950 landfill pounds per account and the 10% down over 5 years. While that's wonderful, it's probably not wonderful enough. And I'm wondering, do you have a comparison to other areas? And then the question is that a you thing or is that an us thing to drive that number even further down? What's the path to driving landfill down?
I mean, both, definitely both. And I think the city you guys are a very progressive city. I do see a lot of programs within the city. Cool Petaluma has such a big influence here. It's a very progressive community. And yeah, we would like to see it lower, that 957 pounds per person per year. We'd like to, and it will go lower. It's every single year it goes lower and lower. I will say, so the city's at a 51% landfill diversion rate. A lot of other cities in the county are trending at about 48% right now. So truly 51% is the highest in the county at this point in time. So that is something to celebrate. I don't know if anything's standing out to you that could be.
Yeah, I think we're at the place where the people that most businesses have a compost bin, it's getting them to use it, right? Yeah. Every resident has a compost bin, it's getting them to use it, especially for the food scraps. And so that education piece, and then if you want to step into more of like an enforcement in getting that material in the other location, that's where you have to go. Getting to 50, 51, 55% is kind of the easier part of diversion. Getting to 70% is when we start to really run into some challenges, and we have to look at, I think it's a mix. I think it's a partnership, right? The hauler, we're here to implement your policy and work with you closely, and so we're happy to have those conversations, but I think there is, there's a partnership that needs to happen on that to look at ways to make it forward if that's the direction of the city, and certainly that's something we support as an organization.
Thank you very much, and I hope you'll stick around a few more minutes while we have public comment in case
Happy to.
There's feedback in that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
Now we move on over to our general public comment for the evening, and during general public comment, the public's invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the agenda, like the presentation. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council tonight, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, the additional comments will be queued to be heard after the last business item on the agenda. So I'd like to invite our clerk in at this point.
We did receive 4 general public comments before the meeting. Those have been posted online. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. So during these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. And that's it, because our translation is automatic now. Sorry.
We have 9 speaker cards submitted tonight, and so that's 2 minutes per speaker. So I'm going to ask the clerk to set our timer over at 2 minutes. And our first speaker is Jody Johnson, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Our mobile park residents in Youngstown, Capri, and Littlewoods continue to see abusive and coercive attempts by bad actor park owners, this time to include all our Petaluma community. It is clear that through park owners' latest funded survey outreach, with 45 questions, that these park owners without merit wish to convince community members that the city should not be defending their rent stabilization ordinance or zoning, and attempt to convince the community that by the city of Petaluma defending their right to zoning votes and rent stabilization revisions, community members will not see repairs to their roads, etc. Unfortunately, these false narratives seek to engage resentment, fear, and even anger within the community without establishing the truth about what has and continues to be abusive process, abusive ordinances, and abusive laws by these bad actor investment breed of mobile park owners. Our truth, your truth, is that these park owners have sought predatory increases up to a 300% increase, sought to change the park status on seniors in retaliation, sought to fearmonger residents and the city in closing processes, found any loophole imaginable to force ground rents up higher than allowed, and to strip rights, even the right of being protected under the rent stabilization ordinance itself. All over social media or in the backroom deal meetings, they purport that their rights have been violated and the pity party that they are not making enough profit, so they must close. No status changes in a closure process. They even bought another park last year under what they call the most severe ordinances of any city. Judge Breyer in federal court found their lawsuit unsuitable and dismissed the suit before any pleadings. Arbitrators have found they profited and did not deserve any additional increases than what is otherwise allowed.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Chris Parker.
Good evening. Is otherwise allowed annually in 6 of the 7 arbitrations in the last 2 years. Judges in Superior Court have found evidence to vacate legal fees and evidence to dismiss half of the current lawsuits brought against the city of Petaluma. The newest tactics are to put pressure on seniors, vulnerable families, and on the city of Petaluma to submit reverse closure of loopholes and to give up sustainable affordability of vacancy control in effect since 1994. All over social media, in the words of the very park owners who do not live in Petaluma, they blame the city attorney, a city councilwoman, and blame a resident advocate. There have never been any negotiations. Park owners have tried these same demands at least 11 times in the past 3 years. Ironically, they have never tried to comment in city council to make their points before crucial voting. They negotiate in secret because they don't have any other party available to show the false narratives for what they are. How many times will they keep trying to say that residents are getting too much for their mobile homes and that it devalues the land? Complete fiction. Then in the aftermath of the added $1,969 to residents' November payments in Youngstown, 2 seniors found themselves with 3-day notices. The management refused to answer why they took away the attorney's payment plan. As of last week, 47 residents had lodged state bar complaints against the park owners' attorneys. Littlewoods and Capri still have no parking, still has the closure process hanging over them, and now has a pass-through for contaminated garbage and an increase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Parker, to be followed by Marie Cuneo.
Littlewoods and Capri still have no parking, still has the closure process hanging over them, and now has a pass-through for contaminated garbage and an increase that shouldn't be there. Also a pass-through that has been on their statements for so many years. We are not asking the city to solve all our problems. We realize that we must fight for our protection in appeals courts and with other oversight committees, and that requires us to fund that as well. We are doing our part, not out of emotion, but out of upholding laws. The City of Petaluma is to be commended for standing up for the most vulnerable, and we know how costly this is to defend, enforce, and strengthen even current ordinances and zoning. We also know that the city has important work to take care of all their residents, regardless of whether they agree with the city or not. Our residents are doing hard work. The city is doing hard work. And this is not seniors abusing any systems. Enforcement of laws and ordinances safeguards communities and the rule of law. For years, bad park owners, investment groups have abused in secret the most vulnerable. For every vote and hours of addressing this egregious behavior, our city and our residents are saving our next senior citizen, the next disabled citizen, the next veteran, the next vulnerable family or child from being gouged out or forced out of a mobile home they own and onto the street. No to the surveys. No to selective backdoor negotiations. No to disgruntled residents' approach of recalling anyone who does not disagree with them. Yes to standing up for seniors and vulnerable mobile park residents.
Thank you. Marie Cuneo, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Yes to standing up for seniors and vulnerable mobile park residents. Yes to being heard when truth and facts lead the way. We appreciate the hard work of the City of Petaluma engages in every day. We truly are proud to call Petaluma home and to call you our city government. Happy Thanksgiving to you all and our community. Mobile Home Residents United.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
To follow along those words, you guys have really been doing amazing. And we're very aware of you, very aware of how hard it is. We know that there's our own little bad actors here in town that are just being silly. You really have put yourselves into the position that every other city council everywhere can look at you and hope that they can do nearly as much as any one of you have done. Some city councils capitulated. There's a pile of them that these guys have gone through with their threats that they're trying to take out against you. I hate them for it. I hate that they're coming after you because they're coming after us. It's a bad deal. But we're proud of you. We're proud of us with you. We thank you, all of us. We know how hard it is. We hear it. We see it in the public comments. Ridiculous. Social media. But you guys, thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Gottschall, to be followed by Julie Court.
Hi. I know that this has been brought up before, but there are a lot of residents who are older who cannot attend meetings, especially this time of year when it's really dark. And when you have items that are on the agenda that they want to attend that are number 8, and that's going to start like at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And yes, they can write, but they also want to come in. You know, the face-to-face, seeing the person and being able to listen is so invaluable. And I think that you really should consider opening up Zoom and allowing these people to have their say and allowing you to see them. And because I think it's super powerful, and I think we're barring a large group of our residents who are disabled or elderly or can't drive at night to come and to actually have the opportunity to speak. So please, please, please reconsider opening up Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Court, to be followed by Hannah Stewart.
Thank you. I wanted to address the similar issue, which is the fact that this D Street, item number 8 on the agenda, is last tonight, and many people want to be here to hear about the comments and to comment themselves. But given all the things on the agenda that precede it, it makes it difficult for people to stay that late. So my request would just be that when there are items such as this with great community interest, they might be bumped up the agenda to some degree. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Stewart, to be followed by Christine White.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. We mobile home residents have certainly appreciated the help and support most of you have given us in the past. With more to come, I've been assured. I'm hoping to bring to the front our parking struggles. We in Littlewoods are still struggling, now more so during the fall and with the coming of winter, in walking quite a ways to find parking. There are 7 homes in our park that do not have any kind of parking in front of them, and our household is one of them. While good for some exercise, I usually have to walk nearly about a half a mile, sometimes in the rain, to reach a safe spot to park, and then, to get back again from that spot later. When we moved in, we had 2 spots that were specific to our home. And now if we want closer parking, we need to pay an extra monthly fee on top of this wonderful pass-through that's been going on for 30 plus years. While the entire back lot is totally fenced off and not being used at all. I'm hoping that someone can meet with a representative from our park soon to just kind of give us some kind of update if possible. To know maybe what kind of timeline we're looking at, I guess. But anyway, thank you for your time and thoughtfulness towards this.
Thank you. Christina White.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Recology. I want to say I am an advocate and an educator for my own friends on compost bins as I give them to them for Christmas. But I also wanted to say thank you for putting those flyers out because recycling changes, as Karen alluded to. So, council member now, sorry. Anyway, so that form that we get each time, your newsletter, I think, is what it is, that tells us what's changed, what's new. But now Thanksgiving is coming up and Christmas is coming up. It's like, what do we do with our turkeys and the grease for people who do air frying? I don't, or the frying. And also, we can wrap food in newspaper and put that in the compost bin. But when we just have newspaper, that goes in recycle. And I just wondered, newspaper helps break leaves and things like that down, which we have a lot of this time of year. Is that something that some newspaper can go in there, or only if it's wrapped in food? So that's it. Thank you. And I am looking forward to Small Business Saturday.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment. Is there a succinct reply you wish to make to that comment, or?
I was going to say, I want to say shredded.
Lisa Moore. I want to say shredded paper would probably be the best for your compost. If you have good, clean newspaper, it should go into recycling first. Any kind of soiled paper, if it's a newspaper, you can wrap. If it's soiled already, you can wrap your food waste in there, or a paper bag. We encourage that. But you can also just put your food waste straight into your cart. So with leaves this year and shredded paper, you can layer that. So there's always to do that, and you can see me after if you want. I can do more tips. But But that's a really good way to do it. But the first great use of newspaper that's clean and dry is to go into recycling.
Thank you. And that closes public comment. As I noted, bring it back up to council for council comments. And I'd like to start with Council Member Shribs.
Okay, just a few webinars and things that I've attended this year. But just recently got something from an organization that does flood management, looks at climate change and sea level rise. And they're just reporting that 30% of major global cities are already facing economic decline due to climate stress. So it's happening worldwide and it's being documented. So our organization is working on that, just as a reminder that how important that is always. I did attend the Peace Poll. We got put into McNear Elementary, and I was surprised to find out it was the 85th or 86th poll that was been put into Sonoma County. These are the Peace Poles, little white square poles that are about 4 to 5 foot tall, going in the ground, and they're trying to get into every single school and hopefully other public buildings. So maybe City Hall may be next, I'm hoping. There's a recommendation. The whole council attended the Veterans Day Parade, which is really great to get the whole team out there working on that. There is some tree planting going on now with Relief. In fact, tomorrow I'll be going out there doing some posts around the trees and the like and finishing it off. We've got 80 trees are going in on the East Trail this session, and then 2 weeks, another like 100 going in. At the Los Cien Health Services Seminar, Los Cien is for a Hispanic leadership group. And so again, it's another report back after this, like the third health related webinar or session or seminar from the top people here in Sonoma County talking about health, the hospital directors and health center directors, and everyone's reporting costs are going up, but the county agencies, and particularly a lot of the nonprofits, are working really hard figuring out how to help everybody right now. So everybody's working together as a team, trying to unify and coordinate. So again, I'm hearing it from, this is the third set of folks that are saying it and trying to work together. Lots of things going on. Then another seminar was the Gen H put on the state of housing in Sonoma County for 2025. They have a new publication out, which I think you can reach out to them and get it. I think it's probably also going to be online. It has lots of data. It's highly data-driven, lots of charts on almost every page about the data-driven results. And just some of the emphasis that they have, they are recommending things, two things that were not quite there yet for us here in Petaluma that they are recommending is that, yeah, ADUs are going to be very important to meet the RHNA numbers coming up. We actually need 800 in the county. And that what they're really after is changing their policy at the state. You can actually sell ADUs as a separate policy that's allowed by the state if the cities go for it. I heard the first one that was done in San Jose, but it's they're pushing it maybe. Sebastopol's maybe doing it this next month. They're going to be doing that in Sebastopol. So that's a possibility here to think about. The other one is that multiplex family units, they want to push it up. Right now, I think we're allowing like 4. A single family house could be split up into so have 3 more ADUs or small units attached to it. And they're recommending maybe even small apartment complexes up to 10 to go there to really meet the numbers. Because the bottom line is we need 50,000 housing units here in the county to get there. It's not just a matter of the stagnant population is not it. Stagnant population is, oh, we don't need any more housing. It's because people are still traveling far to go to work, and we need housing for those folks particularly. So getting the housing where they work, and so that people can move economically and not have hugely burdened by moving. It's basically a supply-demand curve thing. We really need to have 50,000 units in the county. We're the second largest city, so we have a large chunk of that we really should be doing here. And there's a whole bunch of other data that I think if you go through the book, I have a whole list of about 11, but I think I won't take the time to say there's a whole lot of data saying we're in crisis mode and we need to do something about it. But I'll let you look at the manual at this point forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. As a veteran and as someone who comes from a family with several veterans, I just want to extend a sincere appreciation for the organizers of the Veterans Day Parade. It's really nice. No further report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
So for liaison with the Airport Commission, we talked mostly about a lot of projects going on down there. PG&E still working on things. They had a runway light failure that's been addressed, and a lot of hangar work going on between doors, roofs, different accidents and things. So that's happening. We also received a presentation from a group that wants to, right next door, put in a minor league baseball field and bring a team to town. And so they want to be good neighbors, and so they came to the Airport Commission and kind of gave an update on where they're at, asked us what the commission would like. And really the biggest thing was just, there's, if they do it, there's 2,500 seats, and right next to the airport where the soccer fields are and stuff, there's not that many parking spaces. So that was among the major concerns. And then, leading into the Veterans Day Parade, there were lots of airplanes flying if anybody went. So helicopters, airplanes going. The turnout was actually really nice. At the beginning, when I was walking over, there weren't as many people out, but I have to think there were at least 10,000 plus people downtown that day, and that was really, really cool that we have that much support for our veterans and current warriors. And so Veterans Day was great, and it was nice to meet vets too and talk to them, and really pleasant people. And so that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle?
No report. Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Okay. I'll go quick. I was invited to speak at Royal Oaks, and Assistant Attorney Dylan Brady went with me to answer all the questions on mobile home park, overlay, et cetera. I also went to the Ellis Creek. There's a deep well that's there where the roundabout is. And what that's doing is determining the saltwater intrusion. So with the GSAs, Petaluma actually we're pretty healthy with our water. I also went to a GSA meeting to discuss just the future because there's this Santa Rosa and then the Sonoma Plain and the Petaluma.
GSA?
GSA. And
it stands for?
It's the Petaluma, it's the Groundwater
Sustainability Agency.
Yeah. Thank you. And then I went to a grand opening of Images, and they are a new business at the Deer Creek Center. They're at 429 North McDowell, so if anybody wants to buy gift certificates there for facials and other things for the holidays, please go and check them out. Went to a pinning ceremony at the downtown fire station, and then, of course, the Veterans Day Parade, and there was one other thing. I also went to the Petaluma Health Care District meeting this last week. And they're talking about housing in an area with some available property. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, as we gather in November, our month of gratitude, I want to share what I am thankful for in our wonderful community of Petaluma. I am thankful that I was invited to the Petaluma Museum's Mystery Night. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the new exhibit is both educational and captivating, highlighting the mystics and mysteries of Petaluma's past. It's a reminder of how rich and layered our local history truly is. I'm thankful for the Petaluma Veterans Day Parade, always a moving tribute to those who have served our country. This year, I was honored to walk alongside the entire City Council, the mayor, the city manager, and it was a powerful moment of unity, gratitude, and respect. I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to represent the city of Petaluma and the mayor at the Sonoma County Mayor and Council meeting in Windsor. During this meeting, the Redwood Empire Food Bank shared an important update on the growing hunger crisis in our region. Each month, an average of 3,300 new requests are made for seeking assistance. I'm deeply grateful for the generosity of our community, whose support is essential in the effort to create a hungry-free Sonoma County. I'm thankful that I was able to attend the day-long agricultural summit at Schoen Farm, sponsored by the Sonoma County Farm Bureau. Our agricultural community is made up of multi-generational farmers and ranchers, as well as first-generation growers who keep food on our tables. Past threats like Measure J have reminded us that we cannot take agriculture for granted. We must plan for our future. We must build up our strengths and support our farmers and ranchers and protect the right to farm, buy local, reduce government insurance burdens, and invest in what sustains us. In Petaluma, we are fortunate to have thriving ag businesses, the fairgrounds, the community members who champion our agricultural heritage. I am grateful for the staff and residents helping shape our new general plans, both in the county and in the city, ensuring agriculture remains at the heart of our future. I'm especially thankful for the contributions of the Chinese people of Petaluma's past, individuals who helped build the very infrastructure of our town and who waited over a century for their recognition. Last Saturday's ceremony honoring Petaluma's historic Chinatown was a beautiful and long overdue tribute. I was humbled to be a part of this moment in our history, and I will always cherish my commemorative chopsticks for this event. I am thankful for each one of you in the attendance tonight. You left your homes to be here to offer insights to engage and help shape our community's direction. I'm thankful for our city staff, whose professionalism and dedication never waver. To our police and fire personnel, who keep us safe 24/7. Your service is deeply appreciated. And to my fellow city council members and our mayor, thank you for your continued devotion to this community and your commitment to public service. As we enter this Thanksgiving season, I wish all of you and your families and your friends and our entire Petaluma community a season filled with gratitude, warmth, and connection. Thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
I think we'll take a minute to soak that in. Thank you. I hope that everyone enjoyed the Veterans Day Parade, and I wanted to express gratitude to our veterans and the leadership on that. It does seem like every meeting recently we've talked about the terrible impacts that the federal government's having on local services and economy. I just want to know that because of the government shutdown, the Coast Guard, who usually is key to so many parts of our parade, couldn't participate. But the Coast Guard Auxiliary stepped up. That's the local retirees of it. A little different uniform, but it was really nice to see them out helping Petaluma. And I was able to attend a swearing in. They're still recruiting for the Coast Guard if you're interested. So it was really nice to participate in their swearing in ceremony. I'd like to give a shout out to the County Board of Supervisors who, as we noted in this time of increasing food security, underwrote $1 million to the Redwood Empire Food Bank's efforts. I'm sure there's a food drive near you, and I hope we all contribute. Again, with the federal reductions in the committees I work at the county, the Continuum of Care Committee and the Measure O Committee, we continue to see losses of fundings and programs at the county, and it's really hitting the ground. And here it is, wintertime, and the most recent change will probably put an additional 200 persons who are in permanent supportive housing out of their permanent housing. The programs coming out don't understand what homelessness is and what has been built to support getting people back into housing. I did get a chance to attend the Secure Family Collaboratives event with the city staffing, and it's one more of the efforts around the county to help people stay in housing. Of course, with Councilmember DeCarly and the Vice Mayor, we were at the Fire Department Advancement Ceremony, and I really like how they drop in the phrase, a legacy of service. That rings more true for them now than ever. Along with Councilmember Quinton Shribs, we talked about dedicating the Peace Pole over at McNear School, and it's about the 8th or 9th school in Petaluma, and it's a couple of Vietnam vets who just decided this was their thing, and they had to share their experience and their vision for peace with kids, and Rotary has backed them, so big thanks to Rotary as well as those Vietnam vets. I did get to tour open space properties with the Land Path crew. Land Path is the people who are docents at our Lafferty properties. If you want to see Lafferty, ring Land Paths. And I got to lobby them for more open space properties in Petaluma. I think with the Vice Mayor, we were at the Historical Museum, and I did get to help with the Chinatown Park plaque effort. We had the Deputy Chinese Consul from San Francisco come up because this was such a big deal. So a big shout out to staff and the independent committee of local folks from the AAPI group and who put that together for us. And then I also got to speak at the California Association of Student Councils at their advocacy conference this weekend. It's really fun to see where the really engaged young people think we should be going. And I can't wait for them to be the mayor. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. So 2 announcements, calling all runners, walkers, and trotters. Please kick off your Thanksgiving holiday with our community next Thursday, November 27th, as we welcome back the 18th annual Petaluma Turkey Trot Fun Run at the Ellis Creek Recycling Facility. The event will officially kick off at 8:30 a.m. Trotters are encouraged to come early and park at the Kaiser Permanente Medical Facility. It's a casual event featuring a 5K fun run walk with volunteers stationed along routes at Ellis Creek and Schollenberger. Pre-race registration is required at petalumaturkeytrot.com. The event is free. However, all participants are encouraged to bring canned goods or give donations to the Redwood Empire Food Bank, who will be on site to accept donations on race day. And a special thanks to race organizers, volunteers, staff, and our community partners at Matt Architecture and the Aquas Community Foundation for making that happen. And this week we are celebrating our official opening of our floating solar project at Ellis. The solar panels are currently online and have been generating power since the middle of September. Anticipated annual electricity cost savings are approximately $500,000 a year for the next 20 years with no upfront capital costs from the city. A project summary conversation will be planned for the December 1st City Council meeting, and we also have information on our website with FAQs. So check that out, and super excited about this project being online. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That is super. I mean, you had me at 500,000. That's, yeah. Thank you very much. That brings us to our consent calendar for the evening. And I want to appreciate our Recology friends as they make their exit. And appreciate you being here tonight. And then as we move into our consent calendar the evening, I do like to look up and down the dais and see if any council member wishes any particular item of the consent to be removed from consent for independent voting. Not seeing any, we will treat the consent calendar as one item. And I'd like to go quickly to public comment on our consent calendar. And Madam Clerk, will you fill us in?
We didn't receive any ahead of time, but we do have one card for item number 3. I guess I should say if anyone else would like to submit a card, now is the moment.
Darren Rakusin, you are up for speaking. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. So I'm here because I looked at consent calendar item 3, and this is the quarterly report out of expenses. And something caught my eye, something I've talked about before. And this is Enterprise FM Trust, so Enterprise Rent-A-Car. So looking at the report for last quarter, which would have been July, August, September, we had $500,000 plus spent at Enterprise, including in September over $479,000. And that includes bulk, like what looks like vehicle purchases for $98,000, $99,000, $98,000, $118,000, and $48,000. And so I thought, is this an anomaly? I know I came a couple months ago and I think talked about Q1. Like, is this an anomaly? Are we just burning money in Enterprise right now to build up our fleet? But then I looked for the calendar year of 2025, 9 months so far, and that's $1.7 million plus that we spent at Enterprise. 2024 calendar year, $1.48 million we've spent at Enterprise, and it's really trying to understand, is this purchases, is this rental, is this long-term leases? Because there's no seeming rhyme or reason to it. I noted that in September we had those 5 vehicle purchases. June, it looked like at least 3 vehicle purchases. March was 6 vehicle purchases. But then you have all these other charges ranging from like $8, what I assume are toll fees, to $500, what look like maybe lease, maybe rental, $2,500, which looks like a rental fee. And unfortunately, the account designations don't help us out too much. They're all lumped into either recurring charges or non-recurring charges, which is kind of, for anyone who does accounting, those are kind of sinkholes. Like, that doesn't really tell us what those were for. Leases is also used. So we started to get a little inclination of what this was spent on, but there's no rhyme or reason. Some of the bulk ones are in recurring, some are in non-recurring, some are in leases. And again, it's scattered with all the smaller charges. So it's just trying to understand our fleet management strategy, I guess, and make sure that this is something we've got control over. And looking up what's called the total cost of ownership, got my PhD in fleet management for 10 minutes on the internet. But total cost of ownership per vehicle on an average service fleet is about $9,500 annually. So if you apply that, then we should have, if you apply that average total cost of ownership for service fleets kind of across the country, we should be looking at a vehicle fleet of about 150 vehicles for that cost of ownership for $1.4 million. Now, do we have a fleet of 150 vehicles? It's also important to remember, this is just enterprise rent-a-car. This is not repairs and maintenance. This is not all the other things that come along with fleet management. So we're talking like percentages of the budget now going to potential leases and rentals. I think there are some questions that come out of that. Like, do we have a fleet manager that's overseeing this? I assume so. Are any of these used for like non-city staff, kind of other stakeholders? I know that's something that happens when you have developers or other stakeholders. You have to use rental vehicles. But yeah, just a lot of questions about enterprise I wanted to elevate. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back up to the council. And no comments, no questions.
Would staff like to respond to that?
Yes, I'm going to ask Patrick Carter, who also serves as our fleet manager.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and city management. Yes, I am responsible for our fleet management, and a lot of it is what Darren just said. The non-recurring costs are purchases generally, and the recurring costs are leases. There is a small payment even with the, so how we do it, Enterprise helps us also with the registration and the annual renewal of all those fees. So that's embedded into it. Usually with the vehicles that we purchase, there's a small charge, like a $30 a month for that maintenance. There's also a mixture of early on, several years ago, we leased several vehicles in lieu of purchasing them because we didn't want to make investments in fossil fuel infrastructure, with the idea that eventually the use cases for those vehicles, a lot of those were pickup trucks, small pickup trucks, with the hope was we'd eventually replace those with EVs as the market developed more. So there is a combination of purchases and leases, ongoing leases, that's involved with that. And with the upcoming budget, I think there's opportunities to look at some of those leases and seeing if we can reduce the amount through replacement of lower cost, newer vehicles. So we are looking at that. We are taking it into account when we look at the budget going forward.
And I would just add, we've had a significantly aging fleet. I think in 2019, we had 1 truck for our entire parks maintenance staff. So we've had a lot of catching up to do. Nobody besides staff uses our vehicles. And we try to make sure that our local dealerships get the sale. So it's not all enterprise.
And we also have increased the number of EVs in our fleet pretty significantly. I think it's over 30 at this point. So yeah, we're trying to reduce our as we know, the greenhouse gas contributions are significant from transportation, and we're trying to do our part as a city.
And if I could follow up, and this tracks closely with the budget for the year.
And it's budgeted.
Yeah.
All
been discussed and will be discussed again for the future year in our budget documentation.
Correct.
Great, thank you. I'm looking for a motion now.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Cater Thompson and a second from Vice Mayor Now. And I'll be asking for a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. That moves us on to our public hearings, matters for consideration. And this is, as staff makes their way up, this is the introduction, first reading of an ordinance, adopting ordinances of the City of Petaluma to update the Petaluma Building and Fire Codes to incorporate the 2025 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, and readopt local amendments to Title 24, and the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code and 2024 International Fire Codes, and setting a public hearing on December 1st to adopt these codes. And to help us out with this, we have Amy Segway and Fire Marshal, who is our Fire Marshal, and we also have Jerome Hoberg, our Chief Building Official. Then thank you. Please take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amy Segee, Fire Marshal, here with Chief Building Official Jerome Hoberg, and tonight we're presenting the first reading and introduction of the 2025 Building and Fire Codes, along with the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, City Manager. Thank you. And also for your reminders of gratitude. It was nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, City Manager. Thank you for your messages of gratitude as well and for hearing us tonight. We are here, as Amy mentioned, to introduce the first reading of ordinances adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Code, which includes the Fire Code, as well as the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code. We're also here tonight to set a public hearing, second reading and adoption of these codes for December 1st of 2025.
And you can advance the slides by 2, please. So a little bit of background. The state updates the California Building Standards Code every 3 years. So the 2025 edition becomes law statewide on January 1st, 2026. Our local amendments, our seismic, geographic, and climactical findings related to our local amendments must be readopted or they expire on January 1st, 2026. A key change this cycle that we want to note is AB 130, which places a moratorium on new or modified local amendments for residential codes unless tied to certain emergency health and safety findings or wildfire hardening.
And AB 130 took effect in October of 2025 and runs through 2031. It limits cities from creating or modifying local residential standards, including REACH codes. However, reenacting previously adopted amendments like ours is allowed. So it's imperative that we move to try and retain our previous adopted codes. If the city doesn't adopt these ordinances by December 1st, we lose the authority to reenact our existing residential measures.
Next slide, please. Tonight's action adopts by reference the full set of 2025 California Building Standard Codes and the 2024 IPMC, and reenacts Petaluma's current local amendments under the state health and safety requirements. We're also cleaning up some outdated provisions and ensuring all codes go into effect January 1st, consistent with state law.
Next slide, please. '25 Building Code key updates. The Building Code integrates the latest international codes and includes updates to structural, seismic, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing standards. It also strengthens energy and electrification measures such as solar readiness and heat pump requirements, and maintains CalGreen Tier 1 for water conservation, EV readiness, and waste reduction.
Next slide, please. The 2025 Fire Code is based on the 2024 International Fire Code. It goes from the International Code Council down to the California State, and then down to us for local amendments. Key updates this year include the 2025 Wildland Urban Interface Code, which enhances our WUI provisions. We also see expanded battery and solar fire safety requirements, updated hazardous materials thresholds, and better alignment between the building and fire codes. We are also continuing our local amendments to be ready for future cannabis-related operations.
Next slide, please. Our local amendments carried forward. Petaluma is carrying forward all previously adopted local amendments, including administrative enforcement provisions, hillside and soils requirements, WUI roofing standards, and our 2029 downtown sprinkler requirement. We're also readopting the all-electric construction ordinance exactly as originally passed in 2021, based on the same climatic and geographic findings.
Next slide, please. All right, so next steps. The second reading and adoption are scheduled for December 1st, 2025. Pending council approval, the codes would become effective January 1st, 2026. After adoption, staff will update internal procedures and any necessary public handouts or outreach to our development community as well.
Climate action alignment. Even though AB 130 pauses new REACH codes, Petaluma continues its climate action efforts through partner agencies like Sonoma Clean Power and Bayren, as well as education and streamlined permitting. State code updates, especially electrification measures, continue to help us advance decarbonization and meet the goals of the city's climate action blueprint.
Next slide, and we are available for any questions you may have.
That's fabulous. I appreciate it. I think I'd like to jump right to public comment. We have a lot of folks in the room, so I'd like to ask the clerk to read our messaging for public comment tonight.
We didn't receive any public comments on this item, and I don't have any cards yet, but this is the moment to bring your card to my desk if you would like to make a comment.
And we're going to set a 30-second clock because it looks like I see several cards being filled out even. Yep. So
this is for item 8.
Is there anyone else filling out cards out there? There is for this item. And so okay, so let's move to the public comments on this item. And we have one card for this. I'd like to invite Veronica Olson to speak.
Expect to be so quick. Okay, I just wanted to, I sent everyone a letter about my concern about the timeline being missed for us to update our codes so that we could have our climate blueprint integrated into the building codes early. Although we've missed that deadline, we still have an opportunity to look at our single staircase. We somehow need to look at how single staircase can become part of our general plan and our blueprint goals and everything, because single staircase is, let me just get my notes. Let's see. Okay. here's my comments. Okay. The missing middle secret sauce is a single staircase. For over 40 years, California has required 2 staircases in most multi-story buildings. But the world has changed, and our staircase rule didn't. Modern buildings have sprinklers, fire-rated construction, smoke control, and advanced alarm systems, yet our code still treats 3-story walk-ups as if they're a 1950s firebox. Our research now shows that dual stair rule is one of the biggest blocks of missing middle housing, which is what Petaluma said it wants. The most human urban fabric is composed of small buildings, repeated many times, rather than large monolithic structures. And our building codes make it nearly impossible to build the very types of housing buildings that Americans most want. Small units, small homes on small lots for older adults and small families. The problem is not desire, it's not demand, it's geometry. You simply cannot fit 2 full stairways into a small 3-story building on a standard Petaluma lot. The stair swallows the entire floor space, and the building dies before it ever reaches the lender. So that's why cities across the world use a single staircase so that they can have livable housing. So starter homes, older homes for adults, low carbon, locally buildable, walk-at transit supporting is what I'm advocating for. And here's the urgent part. AB 130 prevents new residential amendments, but we still have a tool, the Alternative Means and Methods Request, AMMR. Please adopt a published AMMR criteria for single staircase buildings, establish a single stair pilot program, and direct staff to return with a legal and technical analysis of AB 130 and AB 835. We already know the city we want to be. Now we need the staircase that makes it possible. Thanks.
Thank you. And that closes public comment for the evening. And I'd like to start by inviting staff to make response to our public commenter for the evening. Was this considered?
Yes, thank you for your comment. So fire, building, city management, and city attorney staff have been keeping a close pulse on the single stair issue, and we have been evaluating it closely internally. Only one city moved forward with an urgency ordinance related to a single stair initiative before the deadline of AB 130, but we do have AB 835, which was specifically tasks the state fire marshal to develop recommendations on the single stair initiative. So we are waiting for that report, which we will be discussing as staff and coming up with our own internal recommendations based off of that guidance. But you're correct, AB 130 does preclude us from moving forward with residential, global residential amendments at this time. However, we do still retain the ability to use the AMMR process you mentioned. We are carrying forward all of our amendments related to our rights to individually consider AMMRs. So Jerome and I and our team are ready to evaluate those as the need arises here in Petaluma.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the direct address of it. And bring it back, we're combining questions and comments now from council. And I'll start with Councilmember DeCarli.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to talk about the sprinkler codes, especially for historic buildings. And do we know how many historic buildings or buildings that were built prior to sprinkler codes are going to need to be, will be impacted by the upgrades?
So the historic downtown sprinkler ordinance is probably what you are referring to, Ms.
Right, but I know in there too, we're updating some of the language as well.
Mm-hmm. So for the historical buildings, it's specifically the historic downtown sprinkler map. What we did in that section was just clean up the dates. So in previous versions, because this ordinance has some history to it, and it was kind of set off track because of COVID and other concerns regarding the cost of sprinklers, it was sort of deferred for a time. We have now pushed that compliance deadline to December 31st, 2029 for all remaining historic buildings in the downtown sprinkler ordinance area. Many of those have either fully completed their sprinkler requirement or partially have completed their sprinkler requirement. And so we're going to be working with the downtown business owners and downtown staff to make sure that we're connecting with those individuals and letting them know of the updated timeline requirement, which gives everyone more time.
Okay. Do we know roughly how many buildings there are, though, that need it?
I can pull that up for you. It'll just take me a couple of minutes.
Okay. And then there's inspection fees and things on top of that, right, as well?
So there's permitting fees. So those businesses will need to apply for a fire sprinkler permit. Inside that permit fee is included the typical amount of inspections that is required to pass a system. If a system was to encounter multiple issues that required additional inspections outside of that, there would be a separate fee, but all of those are typically included in the permit fee itself.
Do you know what the average cost is for all that?
It's dependent on the size of the system, so it varies, but it's all published. That's available online in the master fee schedule.
Okay. And I bring it up just because, it's related tonight because we're adopting some of this language. We've talked so much up here about, business owners downtown, property owners downtown, and the struggles economically, and our economic department's trying to address those. Has our economic department, I know, Nancy, you'd like to speak to that. Have you looked into what sort of an impact this could have on businesses and property owners?
Well, we work closely with the fire marshal's team and have been in understanding the options to delay the implementation and the requirements. Actually working with Patrick Carter and Deb Fox in collaboration with the county's sustainability division to get some low interest loans that can support our property owners who need to do or choose to do the sprinkler upgrades. So that's where we're focusing right now, is really finding ways to help those businesses that are either required to or want to because they are wanting to make improvements in their buildings, to find ways to get the low interest loans or grants and other things that could support those efforts. And I think, Amy's, the fire marshal's team, part of the ordinance and requirement is to protect the safety of our firefighters, as well as to protect the resources downtown and avoiding large fires. So our goal is to really support the business owners and getting them low interest loans to be able to make those improvements.
Okay.
Could I add to that, Councilmember DeCarli? This is Jeff Schock. I'm sorry, I'm homesick. But if I could, this was something that the council adopted in the mid-2000s in response to a fire on Kentucky Street that severely injured a firefighter, and as Nancy mentioned, has potential loss of downtown businesses in our historic downtown. So this was an ordinance that council passed. It was a staged approach based on when the city could put in the proper infrastructure on Kentucky Street and the boulevard based on what was there. So it took the city time to get those into place. Once those were in place, those timelines were set. And many of those timelines have already passed. We have not been enforcing that criteria unless people are doing significant remodels that trigger it and make it economically feasible during a significant remodel to make that sprinkler upgrade. But in the original ordinance, all areas in the downtown were the deadline was December 31st of 2029. So what we're simply doing is extending the timeline for those that have already passed and haven't been able to do it for various reasons to the latest deadline in the original ordinance of December 31st, 2029. Thank you.
No, thank you for the background, Chief.
And to answer your earlier question, there are 28 historic buildings that have not yet completed their fire sprinkler requirement.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I'm glad to hear we've extended the timeline. You know, I don't know if we can look at extending it any further. Just, I understand there's the safety aspect. We have to consider too, there's so many empty storefronts right now, and there's so much going on economically. Because, I mean, these sprinkler systems, depending on the size of the building, are $100,000, $500,000 and up. And so, you know, that is a big impact to an owner or a tenant of a business, or, you know, because the rent might go up, or, I mean, there's all kinds of factors to that. I mean, can we look at waiving those fees to try to help mitigate that?
We wouldn't be able to waive fees related to the actual cost of the system, but any internal city fees,
permitting and inspections,
permit fees and whatnot, we have that's within our purview, and it's up to city leadership to determine what's reasonable for the city to absorb cost-wise, but it's within our purview.
If I could briefly mention too, there's also the issue of those kind of waivers can trigger prevailing wage requirements for the project. This was something we used to struggle with when redevelopment law was in effect, because sometimes city providing support for rehabs was a problem for the projects, because it actually drove the costs up because of prevailing wage applicabilities. And so in those days it was necessary to sometimes look for additional funding, such as Nancy mentioned, because of that. So that's something we need to be mindful about with respect to the fees that apply to making sure that that work is installed, you know, in code compliant in a safe way. Thanks.
There may additionally be some concerns that we might refer to legal regarding AB 130 and our ability to make changes to the codes that we're moving forward that do relate to historic buildings that have residential in them, if we're allowed to change that date or not, if it falls under a substantially different than what our code was before, if that would be able to be moved forward. That would be specific to the historic buildings that have a residential component.
Okay, thank you. I'll discuss it with staff, so thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the single stair issue. Can you talk about what that process would look like to do something sooner? It's a pretty prominent way that we can bring down construction costs and things like that. I'm just want to dig in a little bit deeper beyond waiting till 2028 from the state fire marshal of what it would look like for us to do something.
Yeah, so while we can't move forward with a global ordinance at this point because of AB 130, we do retain the ability to do AMMRs for specific projects to allow for alterations to the code, given that they meet the safety requirements. I will note that the one city that did move forward with an ordinance, they did push it to 4 stories, which currently code allows you to go to 3. They pushed it to 4, so they got 1 more story. But in exchange, they bolstered the fire protection requirements so much that I'm not sure how much of a cost savings it truly will be. But there absolutely is potential for us to, you know, if there's a project that a single stair initiative would make sense, we can absolutely entertain that and review it as staff at any time. There's nothing that's stopping us from looking at those on an individual case-by-case basis. And we do expect that what comes down in the 2029 California Fire Code will mimic closely a 4-story single stair option with some bolstered fire protection requirements.
Okay, can you, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to add something. Also, we need to be mindful to not be less restrictive than the current code. So we can process that through an AMMR, but as Amy mentioned, they increase sprinkler coverage requirements, so there is a trade-off. We look to not be less restrictive, but find alternatives to be equivalent in the code. So we can do that. We're very inclined to work with specific projects where that's fit.
Okay, and then on the approvals process for that, is that something that would come forward to the Planning Commission, or is that handled ministerially?
The AMMR would be handled internally.
Okay. And do you feel like you would it be helpful to have council direction around that specific issue? Or is that, if it's going to be handled on a case-by-case basis, it might be good to have some sort of council direction, I suppose.
I do think that that's a good idea. Yes.
Okay.
We do have AB 835 that is requiring the state fire marshal to come up with a recommendation regarding the issue, and I believe, Eric, that is due from the state fire marshal at the first of the year, I believe. So that's coming soon, and we'll be able to evaluate that and give that direction from the state fire marshal research to council for consideration as well.
Got you. So that's coming the 1st of 2026?
Correct.
Okay. I'd be interested in a presentation on that at the Planning Commission, I suppose, first. Just to be clear, I mean, we have so many small lots along our corridors that, dual staircases, dual loading is really prohibitive. I mean, we're not seeing anything get built along those areas, and we want to. And so I'm definitely interested in anything we can provide you with respect to direction or tools to help bring down construction costs and get things moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think you do have good council direction on this in the form of the climate blueprint, and so I think we need to stay consistent with that.
I mean, it's not really a climate issue; it's more of a housing issue.
But it's both. I mean, that we digress. So, any other Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, having built an ADU fully electric, gone through all the permitting on that and everything, so it can be a little difficult at times. But looking at the two factors around gas, how natural gas is still, a lot of folks still have that. And I know there's been some legal cases recently that's saying we can't really require it 100%. If someone wants to add in gas, that they might be able to. And then the other thing that I've heard is that the state is moving forward so that, at least in the Bay Area, from Bay Ren and ABAG, air quality control folks are going to basically prevent you buying a gas furnace or gas water heater in the near future. I mean, just a few years from now. So you only have a few years to like maybe upgrade your current old unit before you're required to go 100% electric on that. So given the court case saying about you have to allow gas in there, but we really want everyone to be 100% electric, and some of those dates that may be impinging here, can you talk a little bit about what's going on now and how that might be impacted by the current ruling we're going over?
So I'll take that, council member and staff. If you want to add or correct what I'm saying, feel free. It's a little complicated, and we're doing some juggling in this action because of AB 130, and also because of the case law you've referred to, council member, and the efforts that are underway by regional air quality control boards to try to, and local jurisdictions, to try to advance climate response goals. And what I'll explain is what AB 30 intentionally restricts is local amendments to the California Building Standards Code, and requires us to readopt the ones we have in place, which we're here to do tonight. And in fact, before that the ordinances get finally offered or voted upon, I'm going to suggest a little tweak to Attachment A, Section 6. So just a note about that, and I'll read that when we get there. There's case law evolving that in some of the district courts that suggests a roadmap for regulation that is not preempted by federal law that really was initially intended to just provide for uniform efficiency standards, but the scope of which was expanded in the Ninth Circuit ruling and the Berkeley case, that I think gives a path forward that we're looking at bringing to the council for consideration to advance our climate goals and not be stymied by the Ninth Circuit case law. And that approach does not require a building code amendments to the building standards code, so not necessarily blocked by AB 130. And so that's my answer. So we're working on that. Intend to come back to the council about that. Other jurisdictions, and also, as I mentioned, air quality control boards are looking at that too. And so I think a path's emerging that's solid legally that can still get us
And I
on
think we have
track with
Patrick
that
coming to the podium also.
Oh, thanks, Patrick. Sorry.
Hands on your back.
Yeah, I'm not going to contradict anything you said, Eric. I'm Patrick Carter, Assistant to the City Manager. And what Eric said about the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is they are implementing NOx, so these are nitrous oxides, rules for furnaces and water heaters. The water heaters go into effect in January 1st, 2027, so that you wouldn't be allowed in the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which includes Petaluma, goes a little bit north of us, but most of the Bay Area. And then, so that's for smaller residential water heaters. In 2029, January 1st, 2029, that would include gas furnaces. And then in 2031, I think it's basically all those. So it's not just residential, it's commercial and residential. So by 2031, the water heaters and furnaces will all have to be electric to be installed in Bay Area Air Quality Management District. It doesn't include things like stoves and ovens or clothes dryers, which some would say are more impactful because they vent, especially the stoves vent into occupied space. But I'm on the working group in BACMed talking about this, so I'm very much keeping abreast of these regulations as they come out.
Thanks, Patrick. And the last thing I'd like to note that hopefully helps clarify is that unlike the regulatory approach that the Berkeley case held was preempted, which focused on energy usage, type of energy used, the regulations Patrick's talking about and that I was referring to also focus on emissions and safety in buildings as a result of energy emissions. And at least one district court case in Southern California has found that that's not preempted by the Berkeley case, and it's a sound approach for regulation. So I'm sure we'll be coming back to talk about that some more. Thank you.
Okay, so just want to make sure the outcome of this is that by 29 or 31, if folks need to convert their gas units, they'll have to, they can't redo it with a gas, they're going to have to do it with electric. That's coming, which is actually, and having tried that, I know it's much more expensive unit has to go in. Hopefully, we're going to be planning for that and maybe helping folks financially if we need to, rebates, whatever, either at the state or regional level from BayREN. Anyways, we need to be planning ahead to help folks out who can't afford to actually have those very expensive, because this is going to be a little bit more expensive. It was only $800 for me to do the water heater gas to gas. It's several $1,000s to go to heat pump. So anyway, we need to be thinking about that in the near future, providing some help. So I let everyone know that, yeah, if you want to convert, maybe you have to do it sooner than later if you're just changing out your gas right now. The other part, the other question I had is what was brought up earlier about since we have a lot of blueprint for our climate change actions, is there anything else with the general plan coming up, pushing that all forward? Besides the single staircase, is there anything else that we really need to think about that we wouldn't want to do that maybe that we need to actually get included, or is any impact on our general plan coming up that this might have?
Great question. Brian O, Director of Community Development. I don't have a specific line item, but what I think we have some backup documentation or maybe some slides on is so as part of the carbon blueprint, we have action plans. So there's a specific action plan that we're tracking as a city on how we're doing with respect to new buildings, the zoning code with the shift to the zoning code, that should allow, I think this question about single stairway housing is part of a larger set of amendments that we're going to have to look at to allow for smaller units on smaller parcels. So reducing the minimum lot size as an example. So if we can build homes without the constraint of I'm thinking about a 6,000 square foot lot. If we bring that down, there's some discussion with Planning Commission earlier this year around looking at 3,500 square foot. That should, you add that with the ability to look at an AMMR for single staircase, that may be enough to unlock. One of the things that we'll be looking at in 2026 is just working directly with the developers on the ground, with the trades, asking those questions, because up until this point, we aren't getting people seeking the AMMR for the staircase. And so we want to make sure that we really understand what the impacts are, what are those changes that we can do as part of the general plan, as part of the blueprint, that'll actually net us new housing. So I don't know if we have the specific set of action items with respect to the blueprint, but there is like a tracking sheet that we do just focused on new buildings, focused on transportation. There was a number of action plans that the council approved as part of adopting the blueprint, something that we want to come back regularly back to council to provide those updates. So we can provide that at the next meeting.
Good, thank you. I was just looking at, because we have land use coming up this next month, and if there's any impacts from this into what we're going to be discussing later on. Sounds like you've given us the answer, though. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've had public comment. We've had our deliberations. Is anyone prepared to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
And I think I want to invite our attorney in first. And you had a paragraph you wanted us to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. So in section 6 of attachment 1, which says other sections remain in effect, other sections and chapters of Title 17 of the Petaluma Municipal Code not amended by this ordinance remain in full force and effect. I'd like to add, if the council would be willing, and are hereby readopted in their entirety with all their original findings. Page number, just one sec. It's at the very end of that attachment. Let me zip to it. 25. It's a pretty long ordinance. So that's page 25. Section 6. And that's to do what we were just discussing about making sure we preserve intact our local amendments that are existing. Thank you.
Anyone comment on the addition?
Can you repeat the addition?
Please.
Thank you. So for section 6, page 25, attachment 1, section 6 is titled Other Sections Remain in Effect. And as it's presented in your package reads, other sections and chapters of Title 17 of the Petaluma Municipal Code, not amended by this ordinance, remain in full force and effect. And I'd like to suggest that we add the following phrase at the end of that. Let me get back to it. Just one moment. And are hereby readopted in their entirety with all their original findings, period.
All right. If we're all good with that, I'd like a motion, and I think on 2 separate ordinances. I'm looking for one motion for 2 ordinances.
I'll make the motion for both and with the changes.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Cater Thompson.
Second.
And a second by Barnacle. Thank you very much. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, team. Great presentation, big work.
Thank you very much.
And now we move to item 7. It's the first reading of an ordinance to change certain appropriations for the operation of the city of Petaluma for this fiscal year and authorizing a number of position changes as noted in the agenda. To help us with this, we have our Assistant Director of Finance, Corey Gabriola, and Linda Lee, our Administrative Services Director. So thank you very much, and feel free to begin.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. The city reviews its budget on a continual basis. 3 budget adjustment reports are typically presented annually, one at first quarter, one at mid-year, and the final at year-end. The proposed first quarter budget adjustments before you this evening are to the adopted fiscal year 25-26 budget. The majority of budget adjustments presented are resulting from approved council action since July 1st, 2025, along with prior year unused budget appropriations, also known as carryovers. A detailed list of all budget adjustments is included in the staff report. Our Governmental Accounting Standards Board requires that fund balances committed and released for specific purposes be authorized by resolution of the City Council. This includes commitments and releases for both the general plan and artificial turf replacement. It is recommended then this evening that the City Council introduce the attached ordinances to amend appropriation budgets for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2026. It's also recommended that the Council adopt the resolution committing and releasing general fund reserves for specific uses, along with the resolution updating and the authorized and funded position schedule. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and we also have staff here available as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council? Let's open public comment on this item.
We have not received any public comments on this item, but this is the moment if someone would like to submit a card.
Corey. We have one public commenter tonight. It's Nick Harris. And we'll take just a second to start our clock, and then
1, 2, 3, go. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Wanted to comment about some of the Q&A included in the agenda packet. It looks like one of the council members asked about the timelines for a number of CIP projects. And I want to talk about the paving projects. So last November, a lot of us were here and I went through the 5-year paving program. And my concern is that we're already, in some cases, 2 years behind schedule on some of these paving projects. I want to talk about Howard Street, and the paving program was last fiscal year, 24-25. According to the Q&A, that's supposed to start January 2027. Rainier, again, supposed to be last fiscal year. That's starting April of 2026. And Caulfield, for this fiscal year, according to the paving program, is going to be starting March 2028. So I'd like to understand what the driver of the delays are. What's happening with those funds? Are they just accruing and we're rolling them over year to year? I thought the concern was that the costs keep going up, so we want to do these projects quicker. I'm just concerned that there's been such a slip so quick. I'd love to hear a response on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that closes public comment on the item. And do we have a staff reply, maybe?
I'd like to have Director Koschel come up and respond to that comment.
Good evening, Paul Koschel, Director of Public Works. I would say the primary reason for the shift in the paving project timelines is utility project funding. So as we do paving projects, we also look at the utilities underground. And because what we want to do is we want to ensure once we do put the investment into the paving that we don't have to come back and rip up that pavement soon after. And so as we looked at some of these paving projects, and because of the increase in investment over recent years for both paving and utilities, we've come to the point where we've in some cases run out of capital utility capital funds, and so that we've scheduled them to align with available funding, and so where they're listed now, the schedules for those projects for Rainier, for Howard, for D Street are all realigned with available funding for all those sources, whether it be sewer, water, and paving.
Thank you very much for replying to that. I do think, and we've moved now into questions and comments from council, and I'll lead with a bit of a comment on that. There's no one more excited to get more capital done than me, and no one who's pushed harder for all these years to see the utility work get done sufficiently far that it doesn't hold up any of the paving projects, and no one more focused than me on reducing our fund balances with the available funds to put them into infrastructure before the costs go high. But this budget and assessment we're doing tonight is to correct the modifications being done on the in real time on the budget, and I do think we need to have a conversation about capital that is tied to it, its own goal, get its own minute of spotlight on the CIP. So I'm hoping we can bring CIP as an area where we can focus and show what we're achieving, what our resources are, and how that matches up. So that would be my comment on this. Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, so paving, yeah, very important, I know, for everybody here in town. We have been doing increasing amount, but about the current situation, just as a reminder, just personally for myself, in front of my house, the main line, water line, is broken twice now. One whole valve came out with a flood, and another one has been flooding until they finally found the leak. So turns out it's not the roads that are worse or better or whatever that we want. Everyone has to realize that it's the underground parts that are actually much more important than the actual road, because water in and water out is much more important than traveling on top of the road. And a recent report, I just was reading something that came out of a university, I think it was out of Colorado, that stated that in the whole U.S., that the average age of the pipes underground across the U.S. is over 50 years, and they have only a 50-year lifespan for most of them. And so the critical part of the entire U.S., the pipes underground are hugely more important infrastructure we need to repair and fix than even the roads. So waiting to do the pipes and making sure the pipes are done right before the roads is a higher priority. And I would say from what I've seen, that is important across the whole U.S. So I would support that, yeah, so if you have a little bit of delay on a road, to make sure that the pipes are done in sequence together is extremely important for us to do, because that's going to be one of our hugest costs over the next 25 years.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I have a near and dear street in my neighborhood. It's down to gravel. It's in front of a school. It goes to our crosstown connector, and it wasn't on the list. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it's because it's on schedule. Can staff tell me? St. Francis is the street I'm referring to. I don't know where staff is. St. Francis goes from McDowell all the way to what I call the catwalk. There he is. And it's a safe routes to schools route. I can keep talking.
Thank you. Jeff Sussman, Deputy Director of Operations for Streets. So we're still working on St. Francis. We have a couple grants we're kind of working through right now. So we have the paving grant, and we also have a Safe Routes to Schools program that we're working through. So we're working with SCTA to fund a portion of that. So we're doing kind of preliminary designs on work in that area, and then we're also working with schools. So I think there's a lot more information to come as we kind of compile that project. We have a lot kind of work going on in that area because we have a grant for Caulfield Lane, which connects to St. Francis. We also have Eli Boulevard, which we have a grant through Safe Routes to Schools. So it's coming, but we're still kind of up in the air, kind of juggling all these 4 projects in that area and all the grants that go with it.
Is it still on schedule for 2026?
It'll probably be pushed out because of utility money. As we build St. Francis, we've identified that as a key route for recycled water, so it's tied to the utility piece.
Are we going to slurry it?
What's
It's
that?
down to gravel. Can we slurry it in front of the school?
You could slurry it, but a slurry is just not going to hold up.
It's a
just-
Band-Aid.
It's putting good money at a bad road. It's just in a year it's going to look the same or worse.
Okay.
I mean, we can certainly have a crews go out there and take a look and fill potholes and patch it and keep it usable as long as we can until we can come back and pave the road.
It's very dangerous for bicyclists.
We'll certainly go out there and look and patch as what we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, do we have a motion for ordinance and several resolutions on this item?
I'll make the motion for the ordinance and the 3 resolutions.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Cater Thompson with a second from the Vice Mayor. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you for staff for pulling that together and for being here. And that moves us to our workshop for the evening, which is the D Street Traffic Calming and Active Transportation Improvement Pilot Project Update. And for this one, I'd like to invite Councilmember DeCarly to comment.
So once again, I'm having to recuse myself from discussions pertaining to my district and cannot represent them because my primary residence is too close to the subject at hand, which is a street that bisects that part of town. So I'm left with no other option than to recuse myself from any discussions about the district I represent based on the advice of our city attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see, our team here tonight, let me, we'll take a moment. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I'd like to have Paul Cashal, our Director of Public Works Department, introduce to the team and the topic and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council and community. Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the D Street pilot project. Here with us tonight is Bjorn Grupenberg, our transportation planner, and Jeff Stutzman, our Deputy Director of Operations, Public Works. The purpose for the workshop tonight is to provide some information, share what we've learned since implementing the pilot project. And while we are not seeking formal council action tonight, we are looking forward to receiving feedback from both the council and the community. And of course, we'll be here for questions following the presentation. So with that, I'll kick it over to Bjorn and Jeff to take us through the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Paul, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Let me find my cursor here. So a quick outline for tonight largely parallels the staff report that was attached to the agenda packet. We'll run through some really quick background and then go into some of the data collection, briefly touch on community feedback we've received thus far, and I know there was a lot of a high volume of feedback also received prior to this meeting with, with emails sent to City Council, and then we'll also touch on next steps. So our pilot project launched in fall of 2022. In 2021, we were contacted by the D Street Coalition, a group of D Street area residents seeking near and long-term improvements on the 1.2 mile stretch of D Street between Petaluma Boulevard and city limits. And their submittal to the city emphasized traffic calming, pedestrian crossings, and bike lane enhancements. So recognizing the importance of those near-term improvements, and this being an opportunity to test potential changes prior to an upcoming paving and utility project, we launched the community engagement for that pilot project in fall of 2022 with a virtual community workshop and an online survey. And before I touch on some of the engagement throughout the pilot project, we'll just provide some additional context here on what goes into the street design process. So there are obviously a lot of different inputs that inform our design development when we are tackling street projects. We have the street width and technical constraints, which really dictate what is or isn't feasible on a street. We look at relevant city plans and policies, such as our active transportation plan, or formerly the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, our complete streets policy adopted in 2016, our local road safety plan, and many more. We gather community and resident input, and we also obviously rely on past rounds of engagement that we've conducted through these various planning efforts. We look at street design requirements and best practices, which are constantly evolving. And we also look at funding availability and cost effectiveness. So going back to the pilot project development, I mentioned the virtual community meeting that we held in October of 22. That was followed shortly by a 2-month survey that was online. And then in November, we presented to our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee and sought their feedback. We then took all of that initial round of community feedback and developed an initial recommended design, which we then brought back to the community at a virtual meeting in April of 2023. Following that meeting, we heard quite a bit of feedback from folks that they had not had an opportunity to take the previous survey, so we reopened the survey for 2 months and made sure folks were aware of that, and then came back ultimately in April of 2024 with 2 options for City Council, which I'll share shortly. And in August and to September of 2024, our pilot project was installed. And all of these engagement opportunities that are noted here were noticed through postcards to addresses along and near the project corridor. We sent emails to project subscribers. We used the city's community update newsletter, and our communications team also spread the word through the city's various social media channels. So throughout that community engagement effort, we heard fairly strong consensus on the desire to slow traffic, reduce congestion, and improve pedestrian crossings along the corridor, especially south of 6th Street south of 8th Street, where we had no pedestrian crossings between 8th Street and Elrose and Sunny Slope Avenue. Unfortunately, as we were looking at the width of D Street, we quickly realized that we would not be able to provide both bike lanes and parking in both directions. And so this became a focal point of the engagement. And really, as you can tell through the emails you received prior to this meeting, became a polarizing issue with a majority of D Street residents who we heard from preferring parking on both sides, and those living near D Street and elsewhere largely preferring bike lanes. So we initially identified 4 possible configuration options: parking on both sides with a bike lane in one direction, bike lanes in both directions with parking on one side, or buffered bike lanes in both directions with no parking. And across our 2 rounds of surveys, we asked folks about their preferences for among these various options. And this snapshot from our second round of the survey shows these preferences from left to right from all respondents. In that second grouping, folks who live on D Street. That third grouping, folks who live near D Street. And in the last, other people who didn't identify as D Street residents or those who live nearby. And I'll note on this survey, we had 261 responses. 22% of our respondents identified as D Street residents and 39% identified as living nearby. So when we came to council in April of 2024, we had narrowed it down to 2 potential options, and we asked City Council to vote between these 2 options. Option 1 was bike lanes in both directions with parking in one direction. And option 2 included no bike lanes with wide parking lanes in both directions, very similar to what was there prior to the pilot project was implemented. And all other pedestrian and traffic calming elements between the 2 options were the same. You'll see there a note, as we're looking at this, previously D Street was signed and marked as a combined parking and bike lane, but what we found was that it was actually about 1.5 feet short of the minimum width required to actually serve as a shared parking and bike lane. So this image illustrates the pilot project layout between Elrose and Sunny Slope and Petaluma Boulevard. And I'll also note there were several enhancements south of that intersection at Elrose Sunny Slope, including buffered bike lanes, speed reduction markings, and enhancements to the Windsor Drive intersection, which is now, of course, being converted to a roundabout. So going from left to right here, the 2 green icons there, I can actually help you out with my cursor here. These are our 2 new uncontrolled crosswalks at Laurel Avenue and at 10th Street. And then we have 2 enhanced crosswalks with median refuge islands at 7th Street and 5th Street. The 5th Street crosswalk also now being a traffic diverter, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And in the pilot project, we eliminated parking on, or we consolidated parking, I should say, to one side of the street along this stretch of roadway. So we provided parking on the inbound side or northbound side from 4th to 8th, and on the outbound side from 8th to Laurel. And the reason for those shifts, we aligned it with what we had observed as far as parking utilization and also looking at side street availability in those areas. And I'll also note that there was previously no parking on the blocks, the first and last block of this stretch between Elrose, Sunny Slope, and Laurel, and between 4th Street and Petaluma Boulevard due to the presence of left turn lanes on both of those blocks. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff, who's going to walk us through some quick before and after photos and the data collection.
The next 7 slides are before and after photos. So this photo is Elrose facing south, showing the new bike lanes headed in towards Windsor, showing the new bike lanes and the new striping. This is Laurel Avenue facing north, headed towards downtown. This is a good photo showing you the new striping along D Street with the new uncontrolled crosswalk and how new the fresh striping is compared to what it was prior to the pilot project. 10th Street facing north, headed towards downtown, showing the new crosswalk and median refuge island as you head down D Street. And again, fresh new striping, new center lines, really distinct travel lanes. Seventh Street facing north, headed into town, showing the new enhanced crosswalk, and a new median refuge at 7th Street, and a new kind of pedestrian crosswalk signs, kind of really showing the visibility of that new crosswalk. This is Fifth Street facing south, headed out of town, and this is looking at the new traffic diverter, preventing cars from crossing D Street at Fifth in both directions, and the new pedestrian crosswalk. And similar to the one before, this is just an aerial view of that Fifth Street diverter along D Street.
I'll just quickly go, if you don't mind going back to that last slide. So this was an interesting one. I brought this up at I believe the active transportation presentation a couple of weeks back. This is an intersection where, of all the intersections on D Street, Fifth Street has had the most collisions annually. And this was this intersection was identified as a priority in our local road safety plan. The recommendation that came out of that plan was to convert this intersection to an always stop, which our team felt would significantly worsen congestion in this area of D Street, which is already pretty congested. So this was kind of an outside of the box idea to keep traffic on D Street flowing, but eliminate the movements that we know contribute to those collisions that were happening at this intersection, namely people trying to find gaps in traffic to cut across D Street, driving on Fifth. So obviously we've now prohibited that movement as well as left turns on or off of D Street at this location. So from our view, this is a solution that has obviously helped eliminate those movements that were associated with a higher rate of collisions, but also keeping the traffic moving on D.
And finally, just the last kind of before and after photo. This is the section of D Street between 4th and the Boulevard. And just to note, by removing the right turn lane onto 4th, we were able to get a bike lanes in on both sides, and really do new striping that defined the travel lanes for motorists headed towards D Street and the Boulevard. So now we kind of get into the delayed data collection. So we'll talk about collisions, speeds, bicycle counts, parking, and then we'll finish off with the D Street traffic diverter. So collision data was analyzed by comparing the 5-year annual average prior to the pilot project with the first year's post-pilot project data, covering the project limits. And to focus on the multi-party collisions, the single vehicle incidents, which were the pedestrian or bicycle kind of to a hit object or vehicles to a fixed object, were excluded from the analysis. After doing that, we saw that 38% reduction in multi-party collisions and 38% reduction in collisions involving injuries. And following these collisions, the following collisions were recorded after the implementation of the pilot project. So in 2024, there was a rear end collision, which the primary collision factor of this was unsafe speeds. In December of 24, there was a broadside collision. So a driver illegally drove through the Fifth Street diverter and struck another vehicle headed on D Street. And then in April of 24, we had a pedestrian collision, and that was the primary collision factor that was driving under the influence. So these are the three collisions that happened post the pilot project.
And I believe there was also a recent collision at 10th and D, but we were still waiting the report from our PD, and it fell just outside of the 1 year. The 1 year of pilot project data. So we'll have that collision accounted for in our next report.
So the next one is speed. So speed data was collected in various forms. The first one was pneumatic tubes at D Street near Grossland Way. We also supplemented that with manual radar data collection in the field. And we also use streetlight data, which was a software that we use that aggregates speed data collected from vehicle navigation systems. And what we noticed was when there wasn't any lane shifts or medians on D Street, we noticed that there was negligible speed change in those areas. But when we did have median islands or shifts in traffic, on average, there was a 1 mile an hour reduction in speed for those vehicles that had to navigate around those fixed objects. And based on the radar data that we collected, we have preliminary recommendations to reduce the speeds on D Street.
Sorry.
So we're to reduce the speed limits on D Street. So first one is extending the 25-mile-an-hour zone from 6th Street to 8th Street, which would be a 5-mile reduction. We would maintain the 30-mile-an-hour speed from 8th Street to Sunny Slope. And then we would consider lowering the speed limit to 30 miles an hour from Sunny Slope to Windsor Lane once the roundabout is complete and fully functioning. And we hope to bring these speed reductions, like the next round of speed reductions, to City Council for feedback and input and for their consideration in 2026. The next topic, or the next data point, is bicycle counts. So when determining whether or not to provide bike lanes or sidewalks, we don't put much weight on the bicycle or pedestrian counts, as we're working towards providing a safe, seamless, and accessible transportation network for all users in accordance with our Complete Streets policies and various city plans. Bicycle and pedestrian counts were collected over weekdays, and one weekday and one weekend from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. near Grossland Way. Our bike counts showed a reduction in people biking on the sidewalk, suggesting that people felt comfortable using the roadway with the new configuration. We saw a slight increase in people biking on weekdays and a slight decrease on the weekend. And all the data for that weekend was impacted by a large group that was traveling on D Street the day that the pre-pilot data was collected. Additionally, B Street has been also suggested as an alternative route to D Street. So we looked at data from Strava Metro, which was an aggregate GPS data uploaded to the Popular Exercise app, and it was suggested that roughly twice as many people use D Street compared to B Street. The next one is parking. Parking was collected over 8 weekdays and 8 weekend point-in-time counts while school was in session. Based on the data collected, the busiest block for parking was 5th Street to 6th Street, with an average occupancy of 57% for the weekday and 63% for the weekend, with the occupancy steadily declining as you head out of town towards the Sunny Slope Elrose intersection. The weekday average occupancy was 35%, and the weekend average occupancy was 29%. And it's important to note that other than the 2 spaces south of Elrose and Sunny Slope, the only block that exceeded the occupancy of 50% was a block between 5th Street and 6th Street. And on average, 0.3 cars have been observed parked illegally, so that would be where parking is prohibited on weekdays, and then 0.6 cars parked illegally on weekends. And the last one, which we touched on, was the 5th Street diverter. So at the installation of the traffic diverter, we saw 43% reduction in weekday traffic on 5th Street, west of D, and 64% reduction east of D Street. We also saw speed reductions between 2 to 6 mile an hour on the block of 5th Street between B and E. And the majority of the traffic shifted to Petaluma Boulevard South and 6th Street with the closure of the 5th Street diverter, which were more suitable because of the signalized intersections at the boulevard as well as 6, and due to the street classification. This accounted for 4% increase on Petaluma Boulevard and 10% increase on 6th Street. And prior to the installation, the intersection, as we mentioned, the intersection averaged nearly 2 broadside collisions per year associated with drivers trying to cross D Street. And there's only been 1 reported collision at 5th Street, and that was for the driver who drove through, ignored the signs and the bump, and went through the intersection and hit somebody on D Street.
Alrighty, so going to community feedback, we mentioned we've received a high volume of feedback, both positive and negative, through a variety of mediums, including a forum on our project webpage, emails to both staff and city council, general public comment at council meetings, and then of course prior to tonight's meeting. And among the positive comments, those have generally expressed appreciation for the bike lanes and crossing enhancements. Concerns and feedback that we've received that have been more critical of the pilot project have largely focused on the consolidation of on-street parking to one side of D Street. Other concerns, which include illegal parking in bike lanes, truck navigability and safety, paratransit and transit access, and encroachment permit requirements, are outlined in pretty good detail in our staff report, along with actions that staff has taken in response where possible, or clarifications or other responses from staff. So our next report to council is anticipated in roughly 1 year, when we would look for a decision on the permanent design to be implemented in that upcoming utility and paving project scheduled to begin in 2027, as Paul mentioned earlier, to align with utility funding availability. And this was per the resolution that was adopted by City Council back in April of 2024, which selected the option, the bike lane option for the pilot project, and directed us to come back for further direction prior to awarding a construction contract for the utility and paving project. Some long-term changes are already underway. The Scott Ranch public improvements, which include a roundabout at Windsor Drive and a sidewalk gap closure that was recently completed and will ultimately link to the new Helen Putnam Regional Park expansion, are also all of those public improvements are nearing completion. The city also has a grant to extend bike lanes on D Street north of the pilot project from the Boulevard to Copeland Street in the upcoming year, which will help improve connectivity to the Smart Station area. And of course, we will continue to monitor feedback and collect data, especially as these additional improvements are made. So tonight, we welcome feedback from council and the community, including on any additional data you would like to see highlighted when we come back for the final report next fall. With that, happy to turn it over for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, making the presentation, and having all that time to look at pilot and see what the improvements have done. Are there questions that council can't hold until after we go to the public first? Or is there a question that anybody's burning to hit staff with first? Not seeing that, I'd like to ask the clerk to open up our public comment period on the item for the evening.
We did receive public comments on this item ahead of the meeting. We received 51 at the time that I gathered these numbers. I believe a few more have come in. And we do have several cards. If there's anyone who has not yet brought a card to my desk, please do so now.
Are we running a 30-second clock?
We can.
Or how long is our standard, everybody, for to get our cards into you? We don't want to miss anybody.
Do you have one card?
And that's our customary 30 seconds we allow for people to fill out their card and get to the front of the room. And we have 27 speakers tonight, and I think we should allow 3 minutes per speaker as per our object on these. I think that's what, 2 hours? No, my math's bad. Hour and a half. And so the time is yours to spend, but if the point that you've been making seems to have been making, it's okay to say, I agree with prior speakers, and do not feel compelled to use all your time if you can make your point in lesser time and have us hear from everybody easily. So our first speaker is Eris Weaver, and our second speaker would be Bruce Hagen.
There we go. Thank you. I'm Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, and by all my metrics, this pilot appears to have been a success if we have more folks cycling and slower speeds, fewer collisions, all of that seems like a reason to keep going. The one question that I had in looking at the data and talking about the slower speeds, you didn't mention it in the presentation, but I was reading it in the documents that the speed data you were using was 85th percentile, as in 85% of the people on the street were going this speed or lower. And the difference was, a mile an hour, which isn't that big of a difference, right? If somebody hits you at 1 mile an hour faster, that's not that big of a difference in your survivability. But my question is about the 15% above. Have they slowed down? Right? Is that outlier people who are barreling through there, has there been a change in that 15%? Because that would be a big win to me, right? Because speed is what kills people. So that is something that I had some curiosity about. But good job, everyone. Keep it up, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Bruce Hagan to be followed by Julia Court.
Thanks, everybody. And you all got my written comments. I wanted to say a couple things. One, the pilot worked. We got the information we wanted. And I don't think it ought to be ripped out pending the final design and construction. Two, we can have a lot better design. I've been doing research on this, and it's reflected in a document that I sent you. Anybody can look at this. It's online under tinyurl.com/slowdstreet. And that's all one word, tinyurl.com/slowdstreet. And I have some extra copies of this to pass out, but basically there's enough room between the curbs to put parking staggering over the whole length of the project, rather than load it all on one end and on the other side on the other end, to have it be staggered through the whole length. As you can see from these pictures. The other factor is that the bike lanes ought to be up against the curbs and protected from the cars by either a narrow curb or barrier or by the parking lane. And the travel lanes for the cars ought to be 10 feet wide times 2, which is just a little bit narrower than what it was out there now. You put all those together and you plant a lot of trees, you put in more crosswalks, that you ought to be able to reduce the speed limit and have a design speed that enforces that limit, not just a sign, but actually because of the curves between all of the alternating parking areas, you've got a design speed of 20 miles an hour. And that is going to make the street quieter, it's going to make it safer, it's going to be more friendly for anybody and everybody, and the people who live on one side of D Street won't have to go more than a block and not have to get to parking spaces, on-street parking on their side. So again, I encourage you, let's stop fighting over this pilot. It was necessary to determine these things. Let's start looking forward to what we can do out there that will really celebrate the beauty and the unique quality of this entrance to downtown Petaluma. Again, go look at tinyurl.com/slowdstreet. And if you want to talk to me afterwards, I'll be in the lobby. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julia Court to be followed by Nancy Ropolis.
Thank you. Excuse me. If you will, imagine a woman living on D Street who is paralyzed from a rare virus. She has residual paralysis in her feet and ankles. Given her limited mobility, she wears braces on her legs to protect her from falling. Her house has a narrow driveway where she can pull up close to her door to park and unload groceries. She lives on the side of D Street where there is curb access. There are times when another car is blocking her driveway. In this case, she parks in front of her house on the same side of the street, and she walks a short distance to her door. Now imagine she lives directly across the street. Since she moved in, curb access has been removed for a new designated bike lane. Her short, narrow driveway is shared by other family members and a tenant. She often drives home with groceries and is forced to park across the street and dodge traffic, oftentimes large trucks on this truck route, to get to her house. If it's nighttime and dark out like it is tonight or in stormy weather, she has to negotiate the added threat of flooded streets and drivers with compromised vision. Now I lost my place. Is this safety for all? I don't see that it could be. And all this so that cyclists who do not want to ride on B Street, which is lovely, can take the risk of riding on D Street as a traffic route, a truck route, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Rapolis, to be followed by Jonathan Hunt.
For the short people. Hello, and I want to say quickly that I really appreciated listening to the people from Jones, the mobile home parks. Appreciate you guys for the work you're doing for them. So I just wanted to say that. I live on D Street between 5th and 6th. The non-parking is right in front of my house. I do have a driveway. Unlike some people, tenants mostly, like we want to increase the density, but you know, I'm okay, but a lot of people who live next to me, they had to move because they had a baby and they couldn't, you know, deal with it. There is an upside. My street gets cleaned, and I do appreciate that. I would really appreciate it if you guys would enforce it more. Just recently, they started giving tickets to people parking there. And I have sent many things to the people about pictures of people parking, mostly during events or meetings at the churches nearby. And the response I got when I called was, of course they're parking there, it's an event. But recently they've gotten much better about coming by and actually giving tickets. I did get something in my mail not even in the mail, stuffed in my mailbox this morning. It's a letter from somebody who seems to think people on D Street are being NIMBYs and not wanting it in their place. And they were fairly insulting. Of course, they didn't sign it. And many of my neighbors got this. And I'd like to submit it to the city council to look at so you can see. And I was wondering, is anybody here? Did they write it?
I wrote that letter.
Okay. Why didn't you sign it?
I sent it to the city council too.
Well, you didn't.
And I sent it to the Largest Courier.
Excuse me,
Okay.
this is about you.
But this is illegal to put things in people's mailbox. It's a federal crime. And I resent getting stuff in my mail that, you know, is related to this. I have positives and negatives about the bike lane. Negative is I would really appreciate if you would just paint the curb. Nobody can see that line in the asphalt at night, especially when it's covered with leaves. They park there, they don't even know. Most people, when I tell them, they leave. Other people just look at me and walk away. So the enforcement is important. You finally put a sign up that says bike lane, but that took months and months. So, you know, could we spend a couple gallons of paint and paint it, whether you have this one more year? It would make it a lot easier for people to actually follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Hunt, to be followed by Michael Pucci. Do we have Jonathan Hunt in the house? Not seeing a Jonathan Hunt in the house, we will move to Michael Pucci, to be followed by Valerie Rogers.
Hello. I live on D Street. I've lived there for 30 years, and until 2008, road design in California, in America, has been primarily concerned with vehicle capacity and speed, and many of these aspects of this design made roads dangerous in America, especially for pedestrians and cyclists. And the Complete Street Act changed street design, requiring jurisdictions to consider road safety for pedestrian cyclists, transit riders, and people of all ages and abilities. Although more safety improvements have been made recently, generally our town is not that safe for cycling. especially if you consider cycling for children. Much of our town, much more could be done for safety. And when we think like a parent, we think about safety for children cycling. Bike lanes are an important step in my town and on my street, but trying to address speed control for traffic is something that cannot be done with a speed limit sign. It has to be done by design. And there is a lot of traffic on my street. And even though I use the bike lane to D Street, it would be nice to have that bike lane continue all the way to the train station so that it just doesn't end on the boulevard. I would like to see this enacted. I'd like to see more improvements for bike safety and the pedestrian safety too, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Rogers, to be followed by Terry Kozowick. Valerie. No. Seeing no Valerie, we go to Terry Kozowick, to be followed by Dan Grinnell.
Mayor and City Council members, I've been a resident of Petaluma for only a short 47 years. I used to like the way D Street looked, but now because of bias and some members of the City Council, that has all been taken away. Last July, my wife had a yard sale, and my duty was to sit at the edge of the driveway and hold a yard sale sign, since I'm not a very good sign dancer. During the time I held the sign, which was from 9 to 2, I saw a total of 4 people on bikes, and that was going both directions. 4 going one way, nobody going the other. So when I read numbers like 45 in a day, I am left to believe that either the City Council or the Bike Committee knew in advance of these scheduled counting dates and called out all their friends. Because there is no way that those numbers are representative of any average week. But there are City Council members that feel cars should be restricted throughout areas of the city and prefer bikes to be used. In my 16 years on the city's Spark Committee, I have had my fair share of run-ins with the Bike Committee and what I call their lack of common sense, like this D Street bike lane fix. In the mornings, the few kids I do see going on their bikes to school are still on the sidewalks because of the constant non-stop flow of traffic. It makes everything unsafe. And the other people have talked about slowing it down by putting curves and stuff like that. You should be there on a Saturday when the Porsche Club comes down D Street. Or at 2 o'clock in the morning when somebody on a motorcycle is doing 100 mile an hour up D Street. It doesn't make a bit of difference. The lady asked about what the other 15% are doing. The 15% are enjoying the S-turns. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Grinnell, to be followed by Natasha Juliana.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Dan Grinnell. I am a resident of B Street. That's B as in bicycle. I'm also Petaluma born and raised here. And I'm also a father of a child who goes to McNear Elementary, which, as people who are familiar, you have to cross D Street to get to McNear, coming from B Street. I was going to probably say a lot more up here, but I think really the argument here just kind of boils down to this question of when the safety of our children is kind of at stake, you know, what choice here really reflects the values of our community. And I think, you know, we have to decide whether that's protecting a safe path for a 5-year-old to travel to school on a bike, or to restore a few parking spaces on D Street. So I would say keep the bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Juliana, should be followed by Dave Horning.
Hello, everybody. I'm Natasha Juliana. I am the campaign director for Cool Petaluma, a local nonprofit here that works with climate action through community building. I'm also a mom and a wannabe grandma. My daughter's only 21, so I have a few years ahead of me. But I am, as a mom and a wannabe grandmother, I am deeply, deeply concerned with the state of the planet and the future we're leaving for our children. This year, scientists tell us that we've passed 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. The scientists this month are warning that we may have crossed the tipping point for our coral reefs, and they might not come back because our oceans are so warm. And we do know that 67% of our local greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation, unfortunately, because, you know, we all need to get around. And bike lanes are some of our low-hanging fruit as far as climate action goes. So I'm really grateful to all the city staff's hard work. I'm grateful to the City Council for unanimously passing our climate emergency resolution in 2019 and then following through all night long. We've heard it referred to, our blueprint for climate action, as our guiding document. And I know city staff is working very hard to reduce our emissions for the sake of our local air pollution and future generations. I also live on Howard Street, which is similarly fast and wide, and I live near St. Vincent's Elementary School, which has a lot of school traffic. I would welcome bike lanes. I would give up parking in front of my house, even though I only have 1 off-street parking space. I would love to see similar things done on other streets, and I welcome the idea of pilot projects to test ideas. I think that's been a great idea, and I'm really glad you've done that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Dave Horning, to be followed by Josh DeJader.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council, and fellow neighbors. My name is Dave Horning. I live in the Midtown area on Payran. I'm a cyclist and a frequent bike commuter. I utilize the bike lane on D Street often, as well as the many other bike lanes in the city, including the ones I used to get here tonight. Traffic calming on D Street has made the street safer for everyone, at least when there's not illegal parking in the bike lane. The limiting of left turns and traffic calming has lowered the average speed, which is proven to reduce the risk of collisions, and if they are to happen, they'll be less fatal. I'd love to see something like this on my street as well. I understand that people wishing to park on D Street would feel annoyed at the loss of some parking. The fact is that downtown and the surrounding area is for people first, and cars are somewhere much lower on that list. For people parking to visit near D Street, there's plentiful parking on neighboring streets, or even better, I welcome my neighbors to join me in walking or biking to your destination. If bike lanes are removed, I'll be forced to take the lane and further slow down traffic, which I'm comfortable doing. But my wife, my neighbors, and my best friend's 9-year-old son, who all ride D Street often, are not as comfortable doing that, and frankly, nor should they, as motorists have endangered me on numerous times. Safety of my loved ones matter more than convenient parking for me. I've lost count of the amount of times I've been merged into, yelled at to get off the road, and gesticulated at. Trust me, I want nothing more than to get out of the way of these aggressive motorists. If I'm in your way and I'm inconveniencing you, I welcome you to vote for increased protected bike lanes so that I will be out of your way. I thank the city, the bicycle coalitions, and the numerous nonprofits that have helped with increasing bike safety in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Jader, to be followed by Bailey. Josh. Not seeing a Josh. Bailey. / Bob.
I didn't have time to write my first name.
To be followed by Andy Whalen.
I'd like to talk about 2 things. I'll talk about how your data conflict with my observations as a 42-year-old or 42-year resident of D Street. One of your criteria in your data suggested that one of the measurements was going to be the street width and the technical constraints. D Street is not wide enough for 2 bike lanes and those behemoth trucks that come down more than 20 or 30 a day on occasion. I ride D Street almost daily. I drive it every day. And riding a bike down D Street, especially at Laurel and at 5th, where those constrictions are dangerous. And I have sent you photographs of situations I have witnessed there. Interestingly, your data report showed before and after photos. None of those photos showed trucks going down the street, cars parked. They were absolutely absent of any kind of vehicular or bicycle traffic, for that matter. That's easy. Let's have a look at it on an average day or even on a peak day and be fair and honest with the data. Your data also talk about averages. We have a billionaire living in the community and 2 other people. The average income of that community is what? $350,000. $250 million, to be exact. What about some peak data on days that 15 trucks in 1 hour have passed on that street? And I've witnessed that. What about measurements on those days that there are events and what the parking situation is? Your traffic counts, again, are all averages. We have 15% of the people who are outliers. Were they crawling or were they going 40 miles, 50 miles an hour? We don't know that from the data that you've collected on a very limited number of days. This isn't fair. This is not a trial. It's being shoehorned through by interests that do not live on D Street and experience this daily. You have not mentioned a couple of other points I'm going to make. I really can't. But there's no evidence of enforcement that I've seen of any of the. There's no talk of Recology dumping trash bins back on the street, even though we follow the rules and put them on our parking strip. I have photographs of that I've sent you. My time's up. I think I've said what I need to say.
Thank you very much. Andy Whalen, to be followed by Josh Riemann.
Good evening to the council, to everyone. Thank you for taking my comments. My name is Andy Whalen. I'm a resident here in town, live over by Wickersham. I'm a father of 3, 10, 7, 8, and 4, just turned 8. Children who now attend McNair Elementary. I want to say thank you for putting in place the pilot on D Street and the 5th Street corridor as well. We've been regular users. For the past 2 years, my youngest was an attendee at Open Arms Play Garden, a preschool behind the Presbyterian Church between B and D. We commuted along D Street every day for 2 years, both before and after the pilot. I was one of many parents who rode an e-bike with my daughter to school. There's a robust biking community there, and wanted to speak up for that community in this discussion as we became regular users of the bike lane. As folks who walked and biked along D Street before and after, it was much safer. And we want to second what Dan said. As a parent, I believe with every fiber of my being, my children are safer in this community with bike lanes, slower traffic, better markers, and crosswalks. And thank you for putting those in place. One more thing: we are regular users of the 5th and D route downtown. That has been a wonderful improvement, significant difference just in terms of slower traffic at that intersection. Can't tell you the number of times I've chased a child on a scooter as they approach that intersection fearfully prior to the installation, and it's been a much easier trek, and we've been able to use it to bike downtown for groceries, ice cream trips, and the likes. That will be the conclusion of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Josh Riemann, to be followed by Cindy Skolnick.
Good evening, everyone. My son, I have an 8-year-old son, and my name is Josh Riemann. He couldn't be here tonight. He had to go to bed. But he did write a note that I promised him that I would read for him tonight. So I'm Forrest, and I'm 8. I really want to keep the D Street bike lane. I bike to school almost every day on it. I don't know why people should get to take it away just for parking. Kids use that daily to get to school. It just seems really unfair. Like, the people who live on D Street already have driveways. Why do they need more? That's my vote. I hope you take it seriously. So that's from Forrest. My family lives at the corner of 7th and F. I want to encourage the conversation to acknowledge that a lot of people are affected by the D Street bike lane who don't necessarily live on D Street but live in the surrounding neighborhoods. My wife, Courtney, and I moved to that part of town because we wanted to live in a place where we could bike safely, both on our own and as a family with our 8-year-old son, Forrest. The bike lane on D Street has made our frequent bike trips both downtown as well as to places like Walnut Park and the River Park feel safer and simply possible with a young child. Most of all, we bike with Forrest along with many other families to school daily at Valley Vista Public Waldorf. And so to go from over by McNear Park to go over by Valley Vista, you have to cross D Street. And if you go to B Street on 8th, you have to take a left turn across traffic, which is really dangerous. And so we take D Street to 10th and then take a right so you can just use stop signs and not have to take a dangerous left turn. That part of town is very busy during weekday mornings due to all the car traffic. People are taking kids to school, people are going to work. The D Street bike lane makes our daily commute feel much safer. I'd also argue that the inclusion of bike lanes in our high traffic areas contributes to a healthier and more sustainable town for everyone. Our family would strongly advocate to keep the D Street bike lane. It makes our lives safer every day in Petaluma. My last two things that I would just like to say is I appreciate that there are accessibility issues for people that live along D Street, but I also think that we have to things like creating bike lanes and creating safe roads is something that is part of our longer story, our longer arc of a town that we're building. And so I think we really need to keep that in mind as we make policy decisions about what makes our city healthy and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cindy Skolnick, to be followed by David Felix.
Hi, my name is Cindy Skolnick, and I'll just say that I agree with a few people here regarding the woman who mentioned that there are both pros and cons to this whole pilot program. I agree with that, so I won't go into all of them. I do agree with the speaker who mentioned he lives on D Street and has witnessed very few cyclists using the D Street. I know there are people here who are saying they use it daily, but I rarely see people using it. And I also agree with the gentleman who questioned the data that you shared today compared to what we actually witness by living there. But my biggest issue is the median refuge island and traffic diverter at 5th Street. I feel it's very confusing that the people, drivers, bicyclists, pedestrians, are confused by all the signage, the curbs, the way it's all painted there, and would question why we can't do something more like, 4th and D Streets with flashing lights for pedestrians to cross the street, stop signs on 5th Street, maybe light them up if they're not being seen, or I don't know what the issues were previously. But I have seen several pedestrians, and myself included, crossing that D Street area and nearly being hit by a car. Maybe the car finally sees you at the last minute. All that signage, it makes it hard to see pedestrians. And I do a lot of walking along there. Additionally, I know there wasn't one accident that was mentioned. Somebody illegally went through and crossed over to make a left and hit somebody. I have seen that happen 4 times while walking D Street. And I figure if I've seen it happen 4 times, it has to happen more often than that. And now you've mentioned that there has been an accident doing that. So I would urge that we find a different way to deal with the traffic there at that, whether it needs to be a sign that you can only turn right, you can't turn left, but that whole median is very confusing. So that's what I'd like to urge, that maybe you take a better look at that And I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Felix, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Thank you to Bjorn and to everyone who's working so hard to make our streets safer. I'm genuinely sorry to D Street residents who have been impacted by parking changes. Their concerns deserve attention, and I hope that the final design can better accommodate those most affected. D Street is one of the most important arterial streets. How we choose to allocate this precious public space will shape mobility for decades. Decades in which thousands more residents will call Petaluma home, and in which traffic, safety, and climate challenges will only increase. I urge you not to reverse course on Petaluma's commitments to Vision Zero and to climate action. This is an inflection point. If we retreat here, it sets a dangerous precedent that the loudest opposition, despite being small in numbers, can derail safety improvements anywhere in the city. The old design relying on sharrows was not safe. National transportation research shows that streets with sharrows see no safety improvements for cyclists, and in many cases see higher crash rates than comparable streets with no bike lane at all. This comes from multiple studies, including the Federal Highway Administration. And the timing could not be worse for unprotected designs. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, traffic deaths involving vulnerable road users have risen nearly 80% since 2009. The AAA Foundation finds that 96% of drivers admit to aggressive driving behavior. 96%. Like all of us are our worst people when we're driving, right? And studies from multiple states show that hands-free and handheld phone bans have not significantly reduced distracted driving crashes. In short, drivers are more distracted, aggressive, and stressed than ever. And at the same time, e-bike use is growing rapidly. National sales are up more than 300% in the last 4 years. When we organize bike trains for elementary schools around town, more than half the kids get out of their cars and pedal or walk to school. We have more and more people wanting a better way to get around, a safe, fun, healthy way that makes us happy, not angry. So we basically have a slow motion train wreck of streets getting more dangerous and more people wanting to share the road when not in cars. So are you seriously considering going back to sharrows and forcing cars and bikes into near certain for collision environment? It's just a terrible design for everyone. Some people will always be worried about traffic and parking. Counterintuitively, the best way to reduce both is to give people a real alternative to driving. If kids can't ride safely, they need to be chauffeured around in cars. When families feel safe biking, they choose to bike, and that leaves more space on the road for parking and for those who truly need to drive. Tragically, we've already seen a lot of death and serious injuries on our streets. A driver intentionally tried to run me off the road just a few weeks ago. We don't need more data to know what happens when vulnerable people are mixed with fast, distracted traffic. The well-being of all Petalumans is on you. Please stay the course and prioritize safety. D Street can and should be a model for what a safer, more welcoming Petaluma looks like in years ahead. Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker is Maureen Gottschall, and you have cards attached. Council rules allow that people can cede time to another person and to a maximum of 2 other persons.
Yeah.
And I have to check to see whether Pam Dayton is in the house. Thank you very much. That's one of the seated cards. And also Yasmin Khalili. Okay, so thank you very much. So the timer, I think, stays at 3, and it'll beep, and you'll keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully it won't be the full 9. First, I just want to address the unprofessional and improper removal of Alex DeCarli, District 5. He was notified 2 hours before this meeting that he was going to, the city attorney was going to recommend to recuse him. And I just feel that's just unbelievably unprofessional. And, you know, here he's the person who's representing my district, and he is my voice. And for him not to have the opportunity to review the data, to seek counsel, to decide to come back and only get 2 hours before a really big deal, a really big issue that's in his district that he's spoken to many of the residents about. And then you guys don't, because you notify him 2 hours before that he has to recuse himself, you don't cancel this and give him the opportunity. I think the fact that we are doing this and you didn't notify him, I don't know what it is, but I would want all of you council members, to at least have 72 hours to say, oh, I'm going to be recused. Okay, let me look at the data and let me look at this. But to do 2 hours before the big meeting, that is so unprofessional and improper. So I just wanted to say that. It was super frustrating to see this transpire. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about D Street. When designing a new street, configurations that removes direct curbside access to one side of the street and creates unsafe consequences for community members who live, visit, and work on the road, the planning authority has a responsibility to evaluate the risk and review thoroughly. The onus is on them. The Federal Highway Administration Complete Street Guide states, in practice, it is not always possible to accommodate all modes in a single street. Complete networks may use parallel routes to facilitate access that prioritizes different modes throughout an area while ensuring the safety of all roadway users. California AB 1358, the Complete Streets Act, allows for safety exceptions when determining complete street implementations, especially when existing alternatives are available. When considering the federal and state guidelines and the greater good, the D Street pilot has failed on many levels, including to review an existing alternative bike lane route as a comparison and potential viable option when evaluating the necessity of removing parking and curb access. B Street, which runs parallel to G Street and already has a designated bike lane, is an alternative that should have been explored. The MTC Regional Active Transportation Map for the Bay Area includes both D Street and B Street, which means B Street is an acceptable alternative within the Active Transportation Plan. I'd like to just make a note here that the project manager said they looked at data on B, but they used an exercise app, which is for experts and does not qualify for what the community, how the community uses that street. So the impacts of the pilot. The D Street pilot has effectively reduced ease of access, safety, year-round, usability for a significant number of residents, visitors, service workers, delivery drivers, and especially the elderly with mobility limitations and family with children. We're concerned about our children too. We don't have other options, which bicyclists do. They have they have B Street. We don't. We have where our house is. And a pedestrian is not defined by the location of where they come from. Rather, like if they come from the near house or they step out of a vehicle to walk across the street to drop off an Amazon order, that's a pedestrian. That's a guy walking across D Street and, as you know, dodging all the semi-trucks. So I feel like there's a real bias in terms of what a pedestrian is and what the definition is, and why aren't we included in that the minute we step on the sidewalk? So prior to the city's presentation in April 2024, a petition of 230 Petaluma residents with full addresses, email addresses, and signatures was submitted to the city and the council against the removal of parking on D Street. When the city presented their proposed plan to council, they included a section on community priorities, but chose to use surveys with fewer responses than the petition total. Those surveys did not request zip codes and addresses, allowing anyone, including people outside of Petaluma, to respond. The petition was never mentioned in the presentation. So over the last 7 days, we conducted another petition round after the installation to gauge community sentiment. We required full names, street addresses, email addresses as mandatory for submitting. We have 295 verified Petaluma signers requesting the reinstatement of curb access to both sides of the street. These 295 are all from all over Petaluma. This isn't people who are only opposed to D Street parking is from D Street. If we would like to, so what we're requesting is this petition to be entered into public record and be included in the community feedback. We request that the city adhere to industry standards when reaching out to the community for feedback, and when including community priorities in a project, that they include all forms of public feedback that they receive: website feedback, surveys, petitions, emails to project managers, city officials, and councils referencing the project. We request the city establish accurate baseline counts and not conduct any parking, curb access, pedestrian speed, or bike counts during downtown and citywide celebrations. The parking on May 18th, the count on May 18th was done on American Graffiti Car Show Day. There's like 5. I think you should avoid when you're trying to find an atypical day, you should avoid the major celebrations that we have. We request to follow the FHWA traffic monitoring guide, which recommends count requirements for projects involving parking and curb access removal, which is a minimum of 7 consecutive days, multiple count periods over varying seasons, and weather documentation for each day. The 2 days in November that the city collected data is substandard and fails to provide an accurate picture of the bike and pedestrian usage that warrants the removal of curb access. This is the crux of the issue here. We request that parking counts include side streets to get an accurate picture of impacts and parking patterns and curb access usage during implementation. Also, the parking count does not take into consideration that close to half of the remaining parking spaces have obstructions. They have bushes, they have trees, they have landscaping. If you are a passenger, you're unable to exit the vehicle. This especially impacts families with small children and mobility impaired individuals. When we brought this up to the city, their response was that that is not required to consider when they're defining parking. So if a parking spot is a parking spot, it doesn't matter if the passenger has the accessibility to get out of it. So although this is not a requirement, it's a huge impact to our community that nearly 50% of the parking spaces bar passengers from exiting vehicles and are unusable, not to mention the enormous curb access denied to those with medical stamina issues who need it. We ask that an in-depth review be completed that includes all significant impacts. Given all of these deficiencies, omitting exploration of alternative routes as outlined under Safe Streets federal and state laws, inaccurate data on community feedback, substandard data collection for pedestrians and bikes, narrow scope of parking data collection, minimal demonstrated impact on speed and traffic accidents. We ask the council to instruct the city to meet these standards for analysis and data collection, or immediately reinstate parking and curb access on both sides of the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard DeLeon, to be followed by Pete Gang.
Good evening. My name is Richard DeLeon with Blue Zones Project Petaluma. I would also like to reiterate something that was mentioned earlier, that these would be nice to be like topics like this where we know there's going to be public comment. It would be nice to maybe move these up to earlier in the agenda. As many of you, and I have a child at home, and so it makes it kind of hard to fully participate in some of these sessions. And or I know it was mentioned that I also have the Zoom comment feature added to these type of issues. But I did submit a letter where I am fully in support for a lot of what the city has been doing to move forward with the active transportation plan, which you as City Council has already approved. This is well in line with what you all have started doing, and it really feels like, as uncomfortable as it can be for the residents in particular areas, this is something that I see the city potentially doing in more spaces. And just because this one pilot has just started, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is the only space where this is going to happen. And so I really feel like there's an opportunity for a community to be able to support each other in a way where we really are considering more ways to get around in our community and be able to use these spaces as spaces where community comes together. Again, formalizing opportunities to be able to get to Petaluma River Park, which is right off of D Street. As we know, there's plenty of people who come from out of town because they use the path that leads into town through D Street, as well as the fact that the train is right there as well. So all of these things are really important to how we can connect here in our community. And so when we think of some of the things that Blue Zones Project really wants to bring to our community is not only the well-being of everybody, but also ways that our community can connect. And so these corridors are really important to this community. So I applaud the work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete Gang, to be followed by Andy Schrader.
Thank you and good evening. I guess I just want to start by saying that I'm very disappointed that this pilot project has succeeded in dividing our community. That's where we are, and it's not a happy sight for me. I just wanted to remind all of us that our current general plan calls for creating and maintaining a safe, comprehensive, and integrated bicycle and pedestrian system throughout Petaluma that encourages bicycling and walking and is accessible to all. So these are not new ideas. You, members of City Council, are just implementing a direction that has been part of our city's vision for a long, long time. And putting in place this complete and integrated bike pedestrian network is a long-term prospect, a long-term investment in our future. And if we are only seeing small numbers of bike riders on sections of D Street, we should not judge the success or failure of the project on what we're seeing now, but instead judge it on what it can be, what it will be far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Schrader, to be followed by Darren Rakazin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm the father of 2 school-aged children in Petaluma City Schools who love riding their bicycles. I'm speaking for them and the other kids who couldn't stay up this late to include their tiny voices in the public record. I'm also speaking on behalf of future generations looking back on us from a climate-ravaged future, wondering why in God's name we're still using fossil fuels in 2025 as climate disasters continue to accumulate around the world. I urge you to recognize the D Street pilot for what it truly is, a profound and necessary investment in Petaluma's future. For too long, D Street has been a critical artery that fails our most vulnerable residents, our children, by serving as a high-speed vehicle thoroughfare, not a path for little humans on 2 wheels riding around their neighborhoods. They deserve the same freedom to explore that we had growing up. They also deserve a healthier planet, and the only way we get there is to drastically reduce gas-fueled vehicle miles traveled. My support is rooted in one fundamental imperative: the physical safety and developmental independence of our children must be our highest priority. I want my children to experience the joy of riding their bikes to a friend's house or downtown to shop and hang out with friends or to school without me constantly fearing for their lives. The current pilot has already begun to address this by creating a viable and safer east-west connector. This route directly impacts the travel sheds for schools like McNear, Petaluma High and Junior High, Valley Vista, and Spring Hill Elementary Schools. When we make the daily route to school safe, we're investing in public health, reducing air and climate pollution, and most importantly, giving our kids the foundational independence they deserve. The data supports this vision. The independent research we heard tonight shows that the simple addition of dedicated bike lanes can reduce overall crashes by nearly 50%. This is a statistical life-saving imperative. We have an opportunity now not to settle for good enough. We must use this data collected from this pilot to move beyond temporary lanes and commit to permanent, physically protected infrastructure in the 2026 road reconstruction. D Street belongs to all Petalumans. I urge you to interpret the positive usage data and community need as an unequivocal safety mandate. Let's ensure D Street is seen as a prized community asset that prioritizes the health, independence, and absolute safety of the current and next generation of Petalumans. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakazin, to be followed by Nicholas Harris.
Thank you. Darren Rackison. I actually served on PBAC for a while, sat with Pete Gang on the ad hoc we formed to start the bones of the active transportation plan. And I guess I came after the decision was made to pursue D Street, and I always thought, like, moving the Overton window, is this the best spot for really the future of active transportation? What I mean is there are other streets, I'm thinking like Fair Street, like Webster Street. I mean, you could say Western. There's a lot of streets that have a lot of kind of impacts in terms of schools and pedestrians and bikes potentially using those streets that don't have an entrenched interest group who's really like of residents that really hates it. And I think when you get locked in this death battle to like, if we can break D Street, we can get everyone, you might get people actually more defensive against these improvements in the future. So I had to say that, like I said, I've mostly watched from the sidelines, and I'm sure analysis of different sites was conducted. But really I got up to talk about the recusal, but not the recusal itself. I think the recusal for Mr. DeCarli highlights an issue that I haven't really talked about because he had to recuse himself not just for living within 500 feet of this project, but that there was a material financial impact on his property within 500 feet. So material financial impact on his property. So we're saying either he's going to experience some economic gain from this or economic loss from this. And examples of material financial impacts are a change in market value of the property, change in development potential, income producing capacity, unique access or burdens relative to comparable properties. And I haven't really heard property values discussed in the context of this project ever. But now we're saying that it's going to have some kind of impact to the extent that someone can't participate in a workshop because it reaches this kind of material impact threshold. Right. And so I would think if it was going to increase property values, we would have heard a lot about it. So I'm worried, like, are we assuming by the recusal of Mr. DeCarli that we're going to negatively impact property values? Therefore, he has to recuse himself to avoid this conflict when it comes to material impact on his properties. It can't be both. We can't say, oh, well, he's going to experience some change, but this really won't have a change on property values. And I know property values are hard to put against community values, but they're real. They drive a lot of decision making. People are more leveraged than ever in debt. So values of assets kind of do matter. So in just hearing the recusal and knowing that it was because not just he's within 500 feet, but he has to have a material financial impact on his property from this, we haven't heard about property values in the context of this whole conversation. And I think we either have to like start talking about that or really consider, does this meet a threshold where a council member has to recuse themselves? So I just thought I'd add something new to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Nicholas Harris. Should be followed by Nathan Spindell.
Hi, good evening. Nicholas Harris. I submitted written public comment about the collision data. I think I just wanted to really highlight that the inclusion of cross-street collisions in DUI crashes in the analysis doesn't seem to be relevant when we're discussing street design. I think might want to take a closer look. But really, it kind of springboards into a larger question that I've been developing, watching what's going on tonight and previous meetings. It's a workshop tonight. Don't believe there's any action to be taken. What is the decision criteria? What metrics are you going to be making decisions off of? And when is this going to end? I mean, I think a lot of the people that spoke tonight, they spoke before this pilot went into place. Everyone could have spoke a month after this pilot started and probably wouldn't have heard much different comment. So we're a year into the pilot. When are we going to making decisions and moving forward? Someone's going to get disappointed. It's going to be the bicycle people, or it's going to be the residents who've lived on their street for however long they have and have enjoyed street parking. Because there's no decision or direction being given tonight, why is Alex recused? His neighbors go to him as their council member to give him their complaints, their concerns, their feedback. And then he's asked but directed to remove himself from a workshop. I don't understand it. It doesn't seem appropriate. Hearing that he was given that instruction 2 hours before this meeting really wouldn't even give an opportunity to tell the residents who had communicated to him that, hey, you actually need to show up tonight. You need to go send a letter. I'm not going to be able to represent your voice. That's a fundamental problem. And it needs to be addressed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell, to be followed by Maya Hirschbein.
Mayor and council members, much of what I've wanted to say has already been said, so I'll be brief. I live one house off of D Street with my young family, and this pilot has made all of our trips much safer, by foot, by car, and by bike. In September, you recently adopted the Active Transportation Plan with this vision. Petaluma is a world-class active living city where walking, biking, and rolling are celebrated, part of everyday life, where safe and inviting streets form the fabric of a thriving, connected community, where people of all ages, income levels, and physical abilities enjoy using active transportation. D Street is the central corridor connecting housing, schools, parks, downtown, the train, the fairgrounds. And this pilot is a big step towards your plan's vision. D Street is the most popular street for biking in all of Petaluma, with an estimated 10,000 bike trips per year. Before the bike lanes, riding there was dangerous. Now, at least dozens of families like mine bike to school instead of driving often, including my wife and our 5-year-old daughter. I'd like to ground the parking concerns in reality. During huge events like Butter and Eggs Day, parking has remained pretty easy to find. Every single home on D Street has private off-street parking, many with space for 5, 10, even 20 cars. Change can be inconvenient, but D Street residents are making it work, and many are grateful for the bike lanes. Additionally, no D Street resident ever has to jaywalk to get to their house. There's side streets on every single block. The D Street traffic calming pilot is a major improvement over the 2023 design. It's not perfect. I have my own list of critiques too. Pilot projects teach the city what to improve in the next design. I'm optimistic that the city will create an even safer and more beautiful design for D Street's next iteration when it transitions from a pilot project to a permanent design for the decades ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Maya Hirschbein, to be followed by Allison Callahan.
Hi there. I've lived in Petaluma for 8 years, and this is the first time I've been motivated to actually come. I'm normally asleep by now. I have a 4- and a 6-year-old. We live off of D Street. My kids, we represent Cherry Valley. I think I'm the only one here. We cross D Street to go to Cherry Valley on, my husband drives them on an e-bike every day. It's hard as a very proud, loving resident of Petaluma to see our city divided by this, but as someone who plans to live here and raise my children here and hopefully be here for generations, I think we all of us with young children tend to kind of align on the fact that this is the right direction for our city. I'm really grateful for a progressive city council that's thinking about children, safety, climate, and I think we all can agree that this is the best and safest choice for our children going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Callahan, and to be followed by Veronica Olson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Callahan. I want to echo the comments that the fellow parents have made. I have a 2- and a 4-year-old, and I ride them both to school on my bike every day. We live on Webster Street, so we don't ride D Street daily. However, we recently just gathered the courage to take D Street on our e-bike to the library on the weekends. I never would have done this before. My children are obviously my most prized possessions, and going down B Street would feel unsafe to me as well because you have to make a left-hand turn on D to cross the bridge in order to get to the library. So I'm very appreciative of the bike lane on D Street as well as the crosswalks. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more bike lanes in our city as my children continue to grow up. So thank you. I appreciate this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Olson is our last speaker for the evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to just share my support for the pilot, and I'm really excited that we have the opportunity to do something to follow through with our visions and our plans in the city. And I also acknowledge that change to familiar streets can be difficult, and many residents have understandable concerns about loss of on-street parking or about how new designs may affect their routines. But these concerns are real, and it is important to acknowledge it as part of the process. But at the same time, it is important to remember one thing, and that our streets are not our own. They are the public realm, actually. So shared spaces that belong to the entire community. And I think that we've lost sight of that when we've planned before, because everything was about my car, my space, me. And we have a lot of wicked problems. We have a climate crisis. And yes, I've been inconvenienced with street design in my neighborhood. And we're going to all have to make sacrifices. So no single person or group owns the street, and because of this, the design must serve a broad spectrum of the needs, which is safety, mobility, access, comfort, and neighborhood identity. A pilot is a pilot, just that, and design is everything. It determines whether the street feels safe or whether it's beautiful or whether it works for families. So we can achieve all of this together. And this traffic calming pilot is an opportunity to create a true win-win, a street that is safer and more beautiful. We had some design ideas from Bruce, and I think many cities have shown that when design is prioritized, we can come up with a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that closes public comment for the evening. Brings it back up to council. And as we get started, I think I'll just want to say we asked for feedback. That's what the workshop's for. I think we got a lot of feedback. I'm really happy that people came with all perspectives. I just wish our general plan updates and our other things had as much public participation as this does, because this is pretty cool. I also want to note, particularly to one speaker's point, tonight is not an action item night. It was for feedback, for comments. The action item night was noted in the staff report and presentation, was specifically set for when the plans were brought for D Street improvements, then a decision would get made about the pilot and what it means for the future. So the pilot is intended to stay in service until that time. That's not part of the discussion night. And then the other part I wanted to touch on from public perceptions was that Councilmember DeCarli recused, and a recusal is a matter between the elected party and the state, the Fair Political Practices Board, and it's all of us take training on that. All of us know what the fundamentals of it are, and if there's a sophisticated answer, it's up to any of the electeds to research that, and it's personal responsibility and personal liability on that. So while city may provide backstopping of political position, it is really council's responsibility, or the elected individual's responsibility, to make sure they're in the right place on every issue, and to know that ahead of time. So with that kind of precursor, I'll bring it back up to the council for comments in on tonight's presentation and feedback from all the public, as it's a workshop. Councilmember Barnacle.
Happy to kick it off. Thank you. I'll say also one of the reasons it came back, because we said we bring it back and share the data, so this is what we're doing. I think, something that's very clear is people use D Street. The Strava data, it's not local people on bicycles, but we know that there's twice as many people that use D Street. So what we would be saying is that taking away the bike lanes would be safe. That was before the bike lanes. So what we'd be saying is that no bike lanes would be safer for those people, roughly double the number of people that use B Street. We've seen sidewalk riding drop dramatically. Collisions are down. The real problem that we have is speeding still. That's the piece that's most disheartening to me, is that we haven't actually reduced the speed. And I've heard some people criticize the 5th Street area, but when you look at the speeding data, the largest speed reductions were where we actually had the most infrastructure changes. And so to me, my feedback on this project is that we need to be looking at other engineering solutions that we can bring to bear to actually slow traffic, because that's what's ultimately going to save lives. I love the proposal that Bruce put together, and I want to see us seriously consider something like that. I love it because it actually uses engineering to slow speeds. It also provides parking on both sides of the street, right? I would love to see some sort of a win-win for everybody. I definitely note the need for better enforcement. I appreciate the constructive things that people shared, even if you're not necessarily enthusiastically in support of the project. I want to note that enforcement's important. Painting the curbs feels like a no-brainer if this is going to be in place for another year or 2 years, something like that. Clarifying the signage at 5th Street to the extent that, it's clear to me, but if it's not clear to other people, I encourage us to follow up with those people and just see like what specifically is unclear, because if it's unclear to someone, it's probably unclear to others as well. People are saying that we're restricting cars. I'm definitely not restricting cars. I'm making it safer for people to not use cars. And I just think when we look to the future, if Petaluma never changed today, it would still make sense to put bike lanes there. But when you've got a new park entrance opening at one end of D Street at Helen Putnam right there, and then you've got the river park that's going to be opening and a lot more people going there. You've got all the new homes that are going to be developed around the river park, around the SMART station. We want to be activating the fairgrounds more and more. D Street is this critical corridor that's going to transect people. And if all those people are driving, when we have more people in our city, you can bet congestion is going to be, a lot worse on D Street. We've got to make it safer. And this is just an absolutely critical corridor. There is no alternative. B Street is a false solution if we think that we're just going to push people to B Street. I feel for people who are frustrated about losing their parking, but under no circumstances am I going to say that it is going to be less safe or it is safer to not have bike lanes. We're seeing, as one of the commenters said, that e-bike usage is skyrocketing. We're seeing that more with youth. It's a no-brainer. It's about hardening this. It's about going farther. It's about trying to address concerns that were noted, and trying to do something that's going to be beautiful at the end of the day, that is the city we want to be 20 years from now, because that's the next time the street's going to be touched. So my suggestion here is that we continue to look for alternatives that are actually going to slow down traffic, because that was initially it was unsafe. Crossings was like the initial thing that came, but it was the speeding plus the lack of safe crossings. So I really think we need to lean into the speed reduction measures, and looking at, sort of an all of the above strategy of what we can actually do to reduce the speeds on D Street, because this is, as one speaker said, it is probably the most important arterial in all of West Petaluma. So with that, and then to the point of property values, I'll send you study after study. We're putting $10 million into a big road project. We're opening parks around here. Property values are going to significantly increase along this corridor. And as the mayor said, this is, it's something He lives on Howard Street. He's going to recuse himself on Howard Street because we're investing millions of dollars in front of his house. I'm sure he's not happy about it, but that's being on the dais. So with that, I'll pass it off to my fellow council members.
Councilmember Katie Thompson.
You go down the line, I take.
Yeah, I might as well. Right.
So, basically, I agree with a lot of every comment Councilmember Barnacle said. I did hear Nancy Rapolis. I think that was her name.
Rapolis.
Oh, Rapolis. Okay, great. Thank you. And Cindy Skolnick, I heard what you said, and I would like to, is there a way to make the Fifth Street safer, just crossing? I mean, with flashing lights or something?
Yeah, I mean,
If the problem is from Fifth Street, from people stopping on Fifth and wanting to cross in a car, I've seen the stoplights with lights around it. Maybe they're not maybe they haven't been as noticeable in the past. I don't know, but I think that would be.
Thank you. I'm going to ask.
So that's fine. Just so it's more visible and it's safer. And so I'd like that to be looked at. And of course, reducing speeds. I mean, speeding is a problem throughout the entire town. It's not just D Street. And also e-bike riders. There's so many more. And we're going to have more and more people on e-bikes. And I think we need to do better on education, especially with kids. But I think I'm on the SMART board, and when I look at things, I look at how we're going to actually get the active transportation plan moving. And D Street and Washington Street are really the main arterials to get down to the SMART station, and Washington Street is much more dangerous than D Street at this point. When people talk about B Street, I don't particularly like riding on B Street because car doors can open and you can get hit, and there's just different accidents that would happen, and those are pretty severe accidents. And B Street also hits down, say if you go down to First Street and then hit the light to take a left over the bridge, there's all the cobblestones down there. And so that's not a great place for bikes to ride. And so what I'd like to see is just how we can reduce speeds, look at the Fifth Street, and also the curb painting. And I would like to have everything restriped so everything is fresh because this is going to be a while before this project actually starts because of the undergrounding. But otherwise, I just want to thank staff. I think you've actually done a great job, and I know it's been challenging. We know how challenging it is, and thank you very much. But I do want to just say one more thing. It really does interconnect, like with Helen Putnam Park and the fairgrounds. I mean, we're looking at a community. We've been talking about safe routes to schools for 25 years, and we're finally moving in this direction. And change is not easy. I mean, I live off Rainier, and when we were reducing a 64-foot highway, and we're actually making it into a neighborhood so people can get across the street safely just with lit crossings, and the cars are on the outside. But there's just not enough room on D Street to make those changes. And so we have to work with what we have to work with. So I'm actually in favor of this, but I do want to see if there's anything for more safety improvements and dealing with speed around the entire town.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I appreciate the community coming out with some feedback that tells us we can maybe meet in the middle with the residents and the bicyclists, because it is a truck route. It goes out to a county road. It is not safe to cross a truck route. If you don't have parking in front of your home, a package, the delivery person has to run across the street, and it's a truck route. It's not safe. And there is more deliveries. There's more construction vehicles. There's landscaping company trucks with mowers and blowers and lawnmowers and all their equipment that we've heard from people that were having plumbing equipment, and they were having to trug it around, the block because there's no parking in front of their own home. And some of those driveways were built many years ago. They're very narrow, very small, and they're backing up into a bike lane. because they can't really back into their driveways. It's not safe from D Street either. So we need to find a solution where both the residents and the bicyclists can win, and go back to the pilot and talk to staff about flashing lights, more discussion about lowering the speed limit, because the cars and vehicles and trucks that are coming from the county road are going very, very fast. I don't really know what the speed limit is out on those county roads. I forgot to notice and jot it down. But coming into the city, I've been honked at, I've been screamed at, because I know to slow down before I get to the city limit sign. Also, the roundabout, I have been told it does not work for hay vehicles, and those hay trucks can't get around that roundabout. I'm hoping that after the construction, they'll get used to it. The residents in these businesses, like I mentioned, don't feel safe, and the avid cyclists, the ones who are going out on those county roads where there is no bike lane, they won't be able to navigate D Street. B Street is still the preference I would take. I know maybe my grandchildren will be better at navigating these streets than I am on a bicycle. And I look forward to working with the neighbors and finding a happy medium. But if it was a vote tonight, I still wouldn't support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Schritz?
Okay, so far, pretty much in agreement with what's been said. I think Councilman Barnacle had a stronger statement about what the future looks like in the area between the park and the housing, the river park, what's going to happen at the train station. So there's going to be a lot more, and a lot of that housing is going to be with reduced cars and more bikes per person. That's going to be like a requirement because it's already being pushed in the system. So that's part of it. Another part of it is I actually have parked on D Street. I did take my bike down it beforehand when there was cars parked on both sides, and I felt really unsafe, but I was able to navigate it because I'm a very agile, fast rider. But I ride it now, and I do feel much safer on that. So that's all the good stuff that's happening. And having parents with kids now coming up and down, that's a very strong argument to keep that going. However, I have parked there. I even visited Bob Bailey, he is still here, and parked my car there and got out and almost got hit by a truck coming by, and that's parking on either side. So when there's parking on both sides, it was unsafe to start with, just to park and get out of your car. So that's a no-brainer. We can't go back to that at all. So that's totally unacceptable to go back to where it was. So yeah, we need to change to something. Then I have ridden across 5th Street. So just like what was said earlier about getting across, I actually had to wait. I was on my bike, and even I've also walked it, and had to, in both cases, I had to stand there and wait as cars were whizzing by. And I crossed one side and had to, again, wait for the cars to whiz by, and they got across. So there, getting across 5th Street, going across 5th Street does require, I would suspect, some lighting, so that you press a button like we do at other intersections, and the cars actually have to stop with a red flashing thing to go for the pedestrians. So that's going to be needed at the 5th Street one to really reduce the collisions. Because I said I've run into that myself twice now doing that. Then on the bike counts, I think that was agreement to some of the data that was collected. It's nice start data, but I think there's, as I said, for a full data set to really look at it, we need to do a better job more frequently, 7 days straight and consistently, not days where there's high activities, high events going on. I'll go out there and count if it's needed. I'll go out there and help count. I'll stay out there all day long if that's what it takes. So I'm willing to do that, but we need a full count of everything that's going out there because it's very easy for a bicycle group. A bike club gets out there, 30, 40 bikes up and down. Friday night, we get 40 up to 50 people sometimes up and down. Hey, wow, 50 people go up and down the street 3 or 4 times. That would be easy to do. So those really can't be counted. Just the regular daily stuff should be counted. Then on the various ideas, Bruce Hagan came up with lots of ideas. I came up with my own similar to that. There was even an architect that provided a diagram earlier similar to what Bruce provided this time. We need to look at the alternatives. Whether or not be just a one-way, now as I've suggested, a one-way uphill, heading uphill, going out, being a main bike line, and then shunting over to B Street for the folks coming down. That's one possible option. Another one is to put both bike lanes on the same side, both with the parking of the car next to it. So there's bikes, no cars going by the bikes, the car, and then two truckers on the other side. The chicanes that Bruce was mentioning is possible, and especially if we can look at the houses that are most impacted, the ones with the handicaps, the extreme narrow goes. I have actually sat and watched cars try to back out of a narrow driveway. I think this was Julia Court. I actually watched her back out. It was scary. There was no cars parked. It was a bike lane, and she was backing out. That was scary. It'd be double scary if there was actually cars parked on her side of the street. So backing out of a narrow driveway, again, is a no-brainer to me. The first thing I would do if I was in that household, I would put in a K-turn somewhere and be coming up front. And so, which brings up the point of if we're going to spend that many millions of dollars on the street and doing that, and have this many millions of dollars or quantities of proposals on the street, the painting, the pilot, all this time, simple offer. Okay, guys, if there's a problem, find out who has the real problems on that street getting in and out. Who's the handicapped? Who are the individuals that are struggling with safety on that street? Let's individualize, let's find out exactly which households those are. Go to those households, let's make an offer. Let's fix it. We'll put a K-drive in for you. We'll fix it for you. Okay, sorry, you may have to lose your lawn in front. You may have to lose a little landscaping in front, but we'll come in because like an ADA, you're required to do these things. You're required to put in your bathrooms and do things. We have ADA requirements for the street. We should treat these folks that are ADA the same way we do it for our bathrooms and our walkways. They have the same problem in this narrow street. We should fix it. So I would just say that's something we need to consider as a possibility. Let's think about what would that look like if we actually offered to do that as part of the street thing. The single is okay. The distance in Mills, I like going in and out was good. I think where it gets to a single, like double line, there's a total of like 8 inches between, and that really needs to be like 12 inches, not 8 inches, because I see the trucks mirrors almost hitting each other going down the street. Speed, I definitely, speed. Can we actually look at even lowering the speed even lower than it is now? We're talking about 25 and 30. Let's reduce that to 20 and 25. Let's reduce it another 5 miles an hour. Let's bring it way down. And the chicanes, make them move back and forth. I Street, I just went up I Street, back and forth, and there's these little narrow things. You have to go side to side, little narrow passageway, if anybody's gone through I Street recently. And I talked to someone on I Street, and they love that. Said, oh, it really slowed traffic down. So that, and chicanes, if you look at what's done in other places, some of the research, I think, moving the back and forth, that really does slow things down. So definitely a possibility there. So there's a couple options of what could be done. And I think we just have to acknowledge that, yes, there are some issues on the D Street for the residents, and we are causing some safety issues for them, and we need to work with them and actually solve their individual issues, what they have. And if it means helping them out somehow, let's do that. And what was said earlier, anyway, there's a few other things, but I think but the red paint, I agree with everything. So I'll leave it at that. But there's some ideas here I just wanted to throw out, because I've gone up and down and I've actually looked at it, putting in trees and where you can't park anyway, 20 feet from the crosswalk. Okay, we can put a couple trees in there on either side or one side or the other. It's going to increase the cost and it's going to increase some of the maintenance, but we're putting this much effort in. We better do it right this next time around when we actually do it. So I'd like to see a little bit more options offered and a little bit more planning ahead for what could be done there besides what it is now, because I think it can be improved, as Bruce Hagan has said, everything. And I would like to see those improvements, options laid out to us, what could be done. We've got a year, so let's come up with these options ahead of time. Even sketches, doesn't have to be exact engineering. Let's have some sketches, some concepts. Let's bring 3 or 4 concepts together and actually have those discussed again. We're not going to go back to where it was. We're going to make some changes. Let's do something new and make it better. Anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Quint.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try to keep it brief. I think in general, the pilot project has proven to be a success. D Street is safer today for both motorists and pedestrians and cyclists. And so I think by and large, the changes that were implemented have been an improvement. We were at McNear the other day and for the Peace Pulse celebration. And the thing that really, stood out to me as I was, walking onto the school grounds was how people are getting to school there. It's the number of cargo bikes that were going in and out of that school were, it was great. I mean, there were a lot of them. And I think it's only going to continue to grow. And it's not just that school, but it's all of the schools in that area. And so I think we owe it to our community to build an infrastructure that's going to allow people to have those kind of choices. And I think that this does that. I do take seriously this idea that we need to listen to all of our community. And so the decision to, remove parking to facilitate this is not something that I take lightly. As an active transportation, advocate or someone who, feels that this is a really important thing for our community, I also recognize that we have, our community still drives, and we need to be mindful of that. I think about, areas on the east side of town. There are neighborhoods where when you go through the neighborhoods, all of the parking is utilized. And I don't know that I would be so quick to make this kind of decision in that neighborhood. We have neighborhoods in our community that if you take parking off the street, it's going to have a real impact on those families. And I'm not sure that I would be willing to sign up for that. In this case, to me, just the eyeball test, having gone up and down D Street many times, the data that we see about parking utilization on D Street feels accurate. And so when I think about making a decision for the greater good of our community, to me, it feels like this is a direction that is going to have a profound beneficial impact with minimal drawbacks, from a parking standpoint. So I do want to see us lean into reduced speeds. And as we figure out, the final plan, it should be one that really looks to address the speed issue, as well as do the best that we can to beautify it as well, whether that's incorporating trees and landscaping and all of the things that come along with beautifying an area for the final project. That's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lots of good feedback, lots and lots of feedback. I just want to kind of acknowledge the origin story here, where safety crossings of D Street were like what first brought us to the table to have the conversation. And I think we excelled, you guys excelled at getting that piece done. And when I look at the before and after photographs of the striping and things, and I'm looking, that striping is crystal clear. The cars can see there's a crosswalk, and people crossing are so much safer now. That said, people called and said that paint is garish. Oh, this is awful. And so where people are on the issue is really complicated. I get where people are coming from who've been in one place for a long time, and we're talking change, and that can be difficult. In listening to the public tonight, there were a variety of things that came up. One, crossing at that cars make U-turns or cars make left turns at 5th still. It's like, what do we need, a K-rail out there? What do we, a potted plant or something in the middle there to really finish that off? And then I thought to myself, no, I've crossed that a bunch of times using the 5th Street Bike Boulevard. I know we call it Greenway, but for me, it's a biking boulevard there, and it's better. Maybe there's still something wrong, but think of the improvement of crossing just to the median in that lefting space versus the trying to get all the way across and getting hit by the second lane of cars coming through. So I really love all of what we did for safety down here. I was also listening to Ms. Scottshaw mentioning the shrubbery against the curbs, and then listening to others saying we should have parking protected. And I'm thinking they should talk to each other, because if we move the cars away from the curb, the bike's fine next to the shrubbery. But that goes to listening to all this redesign stuff. I think we've taken the design to within a tweak of where it should be. I really worry about too much more tipping it into a less useful. Yes, speed is still important, and whatever we can do to reduce speed is a great thing, but it is still a truck route. I mean, we do still have to respect that a big truck is not going to wind its way through all the maze that we put out there. So we have to figure out a way to reduce speed without putting the trucks up on the curb. And that's a big trick. I do encourage staff to continue to refine and think about this thing. And then I think a minute ago I was screaming, why aren't we getting more capital done? I think, darn it, maybe it's me, us. I think about this and I say, well, are we recognizing the bargain we're making when we take staff off of some next thing, St. Francis, or other jobs, because their labor, and their labor is fairly confined, is going into continuing redesign. So I don't really want to invest a lot, and I don't know how we measure how much more work you put in. If you ask for 8 hours, 16 hours, and budgeted just that, then that'd be great. But if we say, tweak it, there is no budget for. It's an unending, hopeless task to find perfect. So I wouldn't want to go too much further down that path. But the bike lanes themselves absolutely align with active transportation, which we invested in public meetings and getting people on board. It absolutely aligns with climate in the framework and things, which we've absolutely talked about. And maybe it's easier in the academic or philosophical agreement than it is in the in front of my house type agreement, or you want me to ride a bike. Rubber meets the road at some point, and our big plans have to become our real actions. And maybe that's hard for older folks who have entrenched patterns of years and years. But what we see around schools, like I ride the cargo bike over to Valley Vista a bunch, and the best way to get to Valley Vista is on cargo bike. The traffic gridlock in front of that school, the traffic gridlock in front of St. Vincent's, the traffic gridlock is just everywhere. People will choose easy, and easy is taking your kid on a cargo bike. And I've been spending a lot of time at Open Arms and getting there and doing the loops around there. All you see is all the young parents with their cargo bikes. So, and their grandparents. But that outlier 15% over the 85% speed thing, that's worth looking at. But I don't think it's related to the bike lanes, but I do think it's related to our total concern for speeding. And with that, I just want to encourage staff to continue to, get the data and keep thinking about this and get us over to the finish line and get D Street repaved. So, and another thought?
Just a real quick comment. It's about roundabouts. Everybody always says trucks can't go around roundabouts. The way roundabouts are built, the truck wheels can actually be on the roundabout because they're curved. And so that's why there's enough space for trucks and roundabouts. They just have to learn how to use them, but it's not that hard.
And lastly, I want to say, I think one thing we've proved in the pilot is it's not any less safe than the old condition. Pilot's success in that our safety has not gone down because we put in a bike lane and put a bike next to a truck. I mean, the data's better, not worse. And Councilmember Quinn?
Mayor, I just wanted to say, I was a little worried tonight when you gave everybody 3 minutes, but I think it was the right decision to give everybody their opportunity to speak. And I just want to, for those of you that are still here, I want to express my appreciation for the manner in which everybody conducted themselves tonight. It's a heated thing, and so everybody was great.
That's a great note. I appreciate you helping us be there. Thank you very much, and I think that concludes this item. And I'd like to invite Councilmember DeCarly back in before we adjourn tonight's meeting. And there we are. So, and we have no agenda, so where we are tonight is we're closing the meeting. Thank you all very much for being here tonight.
We're